started. And I was just talking to on the way a few minutes ago, my way in. And oh, by the way, there's everyone is gathered around this huge table for a discussion. So I didn't anticipate how exciting it would be. So this is great. So we have the meeting scheduled and I'd like to get the agenda established. I'll make a motion.
Second.
Students.
Aye.
Board members. Aye. Lisa Director Lee, make the motion. The second 0-0. And
Great. Why don't we begin with introductions and then I'll kind of set the tone so that the board can hear who all's in the room today, gather to be a part of this. So I'm going to start to my left.
oh boy, Assistant Superintendent DJ. Julie Newcomer, Principal Board Member. Good morning, Megan Isaacs, West Mercer Principal. Jennifer Place, Lake Richmond.
Joby McGowan, Department.
Katie Gallagher, IMS Principal. Emily Mills, Associate Principal at IMS. Good morning. She's not just direct.
Lee Curtis, Assistant Director of Transportation. Austin Lucas, Assistant Director of Teaching.
Randy Billing, Assistant Director of Special Services. Yes, Director of Finance.
Tony Green, Director of Maintenance Operations.
That's the Associate Principal at high school.
That's Mulvey, Associate Principal at High School. Bertie Lane, Athletic Director of High School. Jennifer, Director of High School. Rachel Matthews, Director of Food Service.
Andrew Johnson, Director of Technology. Matt Sullivan, Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Operations.
Yes, Aaron Baird.
Brody Newcomer, School Board Student Representative.
Becky Tejan.
Julie Bradley, School Board Director.
Christina Martinez, School Board.
Jimmy Lee, School Board Director. School Board.
Ian Henry, Communications Coordinator. President Arnold, Proud Superintendent. This is a first. We had a moment to kind of talk before, but for the board, this is a first to my knowledge. This is typically a meeting that doesn't have a lot of fanfare, a lot of contracts to approve or things, but coming back, first meeting after July being off is typically a pretty quiet meeting. However, in reflection and thinking about all the work that happens, this is a really unique opportunity to hopefully engage in a conversation and inform and teach and provide you with our current thinking about where we are, how we did last year, where we're proud, where we know we want to get better, and then give you an idea of the strategic direction that our schools are going in and that our district is going in. It's intentional that we've brought all of our leaders together because we want to continue to send the message that every single person in this room impacts student achievement. Every single person impacts the experience of our students. And that's you as a board, and that's every single one of the leaders who show up each and every day in the school district to lead our staff. And so while they're still not coming back for another week and a half or 2 weeks, this group, I've seen every single one of them over the summer on more than one occasion, getting ready for this school year. And I'm really excited for you to hear from the group and for them to be proud of the work that they do each and every day. So this is what I'm hoping is a conversation. It's not one-dimensional of presentations to you. It's a conversation with you. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nova. She's going to facilitate our opening time.
Andrew's going to pull up that. Thank you.
Yes.
And principals of all of administrative systems.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's probably in the air right now, flying to New York with his family for the first town tournament for his son's baseball team. So he has an excused absence today, but yes, he will be the leading person of this.
Right, so, just as kind of a refresher, we ended the year with our hopeful new reporting process that we shared with each of you. Part of that process is why we're here today, which is to talk a little bit about their SIP plans as designed at present. Just as in June, because this is sort of an evolving process, some of them haven't yet talked to all of their staff about their SIP goals. So what we see today will be kind of a draft for some schools, pretty close to what it will end up being. And you'll get the SIP documents next week. So the slides today are meant to provide you with an overview of what their goals were last year, kind of how they landed on those goals, and then why and what their goals are for this year. So, Andrews, if you could flip to the next one. So, in June, when we met, we talked about our three primary goals. Those three things are first, achievement-based, which is proficiency, so seeking 95% proficiency from our students. Our second goal is structures of MTSS, which is multi-team systems of support for those testing, which is really, earlier Julie mentioned that one of the things people don't know about in the community and probably as board members is our process when a student is not finding success, what you do in schools to support them. But those are the kinds of things that are parts of what MTSS includes. And so we have student study teams that support our kids. We have EGT teams that identify whether evaluate students, those sorts of things. But still lots of structures to build upon. And then our last one, that was the goal that evolved. We originally just had it as a belonging goal, and we altered that last year to a safe place to belong. So safety is a key of that. Our curriculum and students achievement as well. So they'll go through each of their slides. The way we've asked them to present is they will present by school, but then on top of that, anyone in the space can kind of share thoughts or ideas that are connected to their SIP plan. You might hear me jump in or the rest of the teaching and learning team jump in to share some additional details or answer questions to help support. Each of them has put together a series of slides to walk you through kind of their evolution of their school. Did I forget anything? Anyone?
To ask questions along the way, like you typically do there. You can hold them all until 10 more starters.
So our first school is Island Park. So Principal Joby McGowan will be presenting SIP report.
Sure. Good morning. So how it's laid out is we'll share with you last year's goal, what the outcome was and what our learning is, and then shoot. So Andrews, if you want to pop to the next slide. Great, thank you. So our goal for our literacy, or academic math goal was to have all students meet their growth goal for the course of the year. And so to involve all students, we look for typical growth as the standard or more, and then we use the iReady diagnostic for our measure. Go to the next slide, Andrews, thank you. You can see that we had about 70% of our students actually reach that target goal, and that was up from the previous year, which was 63.7%. So an increase of 6.3 percentage points, about 9.9% relative improvement. So we're making progress in the right direction, is what I would say. So a couple of things to note on here. The median growth goal was between 132 and 155%. So the middle student, all of them, the middle student exceeded their annual typical growth, and every grade saw an academic boost. So those are signs that are telling us, hey, some of what we're doing is in the right direction. We'll talk a little bit more about what that is. So this is kind of a huge slide, and it really just talks about, okay, so we must have done some things in tier 1 that were supportive and helpful for us to have that growth. And this was the first year that we introduced what we called our success blocks, where we really targeted instruction, where there were gaps or where students were ready for continued growth in areas maybe they were already at grade level standard. You've heard us talk a little bit about that last year in the course of the year. And so the learning for us then is how might we use that or ensure that's pretty stable at grade levels and maybe be more robust in some of the classrooms that it wasn't. We learned some things this year that it isn't just about achievement data, it's about growth data. But both of those pieces tell a story that's important for us to take a look at. And so one of the things that I have done over the summer that I'm really excited to share with the staff is take the SBAC data from 3, 4, and 5 and now, as well as the iReady data, and see, where do both of these assessments tell the same story? Where do they differ? And one of the things that was pretty cool to me, or that I thought was cool, in third grade, 90% of the students, the test told the same story. And for fourth grade, 91% of the students, both assessments told the same story. And in fifth grade, it was 88%. So about 90% of our students, both pieces of assessments told the same story. So that's going to be a piece that we include in next year's goal, and you see that. Obviously, we want to continue to refine our practice to meet students where they are and be responsive in the instruction. I think that's what our professional development will focus on this year. We'll talk a little bit about that in a moment here. So some changes that will come for next year that will be new for Island Park is really having our building leadership team become leaders in professional growth work in our building. It's primarily been the instructional coach and the building principal that leads that work. And I'd like to lean into having the building leadership team begin to do that. So I've worked with Karen Soine, who will be our MTSS lead. I'm sure you've met Dr. Soine in other meetings. And so we've met earlier this week to kind of empower that staff. And our intent is to follow the footsteps of other elementary schools with the staff learning more about the professional learning community process and how it works, and then having our building leadership team actually be the leaders and drivers of that so that we can improve, ensure some consistency across grade levels with the professional learning community.
Clarify for me what that means exactly. So how was the phone?
It was just the building principal and the instructional coach were really the ones that led all the professional development and were in charge of directing people what to do in the professional learning community. And our staff has been pretty clear in the PES survey data and just in word of mouth and feedback. They really like more voice and choice in that process. And so to be responsive to that, not only are we being responsive to what they would like, but it really empowers them. And if we want everybody to feel like they're bought in and have a part of the school, if they have a part of the voice, the theory is that will increase engagement. Does that make sense? Great. So our response to intervention focus, our MTSS work, really we decided needs to be on data literacy. Some of our staff are pretty strong at it, and others have an opportunity to continue to grow. And so that's really what the work of our building leadership team and our MTSS team will do, multi-tiered systems of support. And then the last thing here that the learning for us for next year is that our professional development cycle is really going to be on learning a strategy, applying it, bringing back evidence, and then responding to that. What are we going to do different? And that will be part of our professional learning communities. And that's been our goal all along, but I think we've had an opportunity to really be more robust and beef that up. And that's the intent then with having our building leadership team take on that role. So those are the changes that we intend to make for next year, really. So that through line is that our simple drives everything for this year. All of our professional development, all of our building learning leadership team learning, our MTSS focus, all the things go together. And we're still all elementary, so under the umbrella of student engagement and all of this aligns nicely. Next slide, please. So how will that impact, what our goal will be next year? Again, instead of saying all students will reach 100%, that is the ultimate goal. All students will get there. Staff had some wonderings around the possibility that might feel impossible, because we know that there are probably some students who may never get there. So I've proposed to the team that we change that goal to by June 2027, that will increase the percentage of students meeting or exceeding their annual typical growth target on an iReady assessment from the 25-26 baseline of 70%, moving toward the ultimate goal. So that helps soften some of that, and that we'll be able to see that we're making growth towards it, as opposed to, watch, this is how far we didn't bring it. If that makes sense, it's just a semantics. And then, of course, the changes will be that we're going to include the SBAC data next year, and our staff is going to identify a curriculum-based assessment at each grade level. They really wanted to make sure we're triangulating data, so we're not basing our whole school improvement plan based on one piece of data, the iReady, which is now going to be called iReady Informed instead of diagnostic. So trying to be responsive to that, but also it makes sense for us to take a look at multiple necessities.
Can you clarify when you're talking about what other goals attained? There's iReady, there's the SBAC, and then
a classroom-based assessment. So, for example, for each unit in math, it might be a pre-test and a post-test. Or they might develop some other system that says, these are the ways we're going to measure the growth during each unit, so that we can compare all three of those assessment tools to see, are they telling the same story? Just like a little bit ago when I shared with you, we did some analysis on the SBAC and the iReady diagnostic to see, when does it tell the same story? And I think that's what staff are really after in their communication with me, is how can we make sure that the iReady Inform or iReady Diagnostic is actually representative of what's happening? They'd like to have multiple checkpoints to do that.
Yeah, I really like that. Yes, it's different.
We're going to give it a go. Last year, that was our intent too. And what we found is the more people who were involved trying to make the decision on what that classroom-based assessment would be, we had varying differences of opinion. We never got to a place where we could agree. So this year's task is to try and own that. Okay, next slide. Here we go. Oh, let's talk about the SEO logo from last year. We wanted to ensure that 100% of students responded positively about their school experience on our in-house created SEL survey. And we opted not to use the ES survey data for SEO because that only is given to third, fourth, and fifth grade. So we made it in-house for kindergarten through fifth. And let's see. Our outcomes were pretty good. What we found out is that most of the students really know what's expected. But what the data told us is that not everybody experiences school the same way, and particularly in the areas of student respect, fairness, and success. And those were the three lowest scores, and you can see what they were. So we want to adjust our goal for next year. Well, I guess I'm stepping ahead of myself. If you go to the next slide, Andrew, sorry. I talked about that they understand the expectations, but they're not necessarily experiencing fairness, respect, and belonging consistently. And you can see 4 points at the bottom there. We really want to strengthen relationships, provide for more student voice, helping students with problem solving and conflict resolution. What do you do in order to navigate that more successfully? And I think that's a universal thing that elementary and probably all kids all the way up through need continued learning. Even as adults, sometimes we need some support. And then I think that the piece for our professional development this year is really going to be focusing on consistent adult responses. Again, on this classroom, recess, lecture, and so our professional development. So the goal is very similar to this year for next year. That the percentage of students responding positively will increase from the fall 2026 baseline, whatever that will be when we take it in the fall. And that the ultimate goal, of course, is down 100% of students reaching that as measured by this common survey that we'll give to students. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. That's kind of it in a nutshell. Is there, what questions might you have?
Just have a comment. I remember when last year we presented the survey of the students that it was interesting that when students say I treat others fairly, they said yes, but others treat fairly and they said no. So I'm curious how this that's super, so I will see. So.
Yes. Yeah, one question I have is not necessarily when there's goals. I'm sure you're putting a lot of planning involved to reach those goals. Is there, do you have a structured plan or approach for how to reach that?
We do, and that's really truly what all of our professional development is about this year. In conjunction with our success block, our intervention block that we started last year, that other schools have been doing for many years, that's really the one main change to our programming for students being met where they are and continue to make growth, whether they're at risk of not meeting standard, already there. So that was the program change that we made. But our professional development this year is really targeting on, we're going to learn a strategy that staff are going to be able to look at the data each unit, find out, what are we related to target learn strategy for that. So not all grade levels maybe won't learn the same strategy, but then actually implement it, come out with some data and experience it to it, which is what we know good teaching is, and we want everybody to be doing. Not everybody is. So there's an opportunity for us to really walk through that multiple cycles during the course of the school year to be able to do. And then, of course, our building professional development lays out each session that we'll have this year, what the focus is, how it ties to our SIP, how it ties to Danielson's teacher evaluation model, and how it ties to, I lost the train of thought, but it's all mapped out what we do. So the staff have already had access to that to kind of see what our plan is ahead of time. And so those sessions aren't planned at this point yet. However, our instructional coach, and my hope is that as our building leadership team leans into being more of leaders in our building, that they will also play a part in doing some of that. So none of this has been shared with our building leadership team yet. our first meeting is on Monday at our retreat. So that's when we start talking about. So they might have recommendations or things that they think we need to tweak or change or add. So this is my thinking at this time that I'll share with them. That might involve more stuff.
And our, that's part of kind of reframing the reporting process so that across the year we would be able to learn more about what are they doing to get toward those end goals, which is something historically.
So is that the idea? Is that community therapy?
Yeah, during those midpoint check-ins, we would provide you some updates and the schools.
That's just really
A lot.
I need to check around what's happening. Yeah.
So be just gonna say that the way that you've like laid out your slides is so accessible to me, like a non-visual person. Like I could really like sort of see exactly what we were trying to capture. So I can do like the content, but just the design of them. It really
Thank you very much. I toiled away.
Red Gemini. Thank you.
I know consuming it, not really, so I'm sorry.
I should have known that.
All right.
Okay, good morning. If you will go to the next slide. So that's a lot of words. That was all three goals from last year. We had three connected goals. One was on math growth, and that was in alignment with my elementary team. The second one was on behavior and belonging systems. So that was our being the three, the Lion Way, the Roar Store, the Lion Loot, and kind of those PBIS stuff. And then the last one was around PLCs, professional learning communities, and data-driven cycles. So the main takeaway is that we have the right priorities, but our execution needs to be much more focused and measurable and sustainable. So we bit off a lot, and we have varying degrees of success, but a lot of lessons learned. So Andrews, will you go to the next one? So for math, we set a really ambitious goal for 1 year's growth for every student. We wanted 100% of our kids to achieve that. Like I mentioned, we did not meet that goal, but we made really meaningful progress. So we had 74% of our students met the annual typical growth, which is a year's growth in a year's time. But our school-wide median was 143%. And so we're proud of that number. Strengths, we had really amazing growth, way above what we would expect in kindergarten, third grade, and fifth grade. And also with our students who are starting one grade level behind. Our growth area for sure is students who are starting multiple grade levels behind, needing more targeted support. And then we also need to implement progress monitoring. That did not happen this year. And so we recognize that that has to happen. It can't just be up to those diagnostics, those three dipsticks throughout the year. Go ahead and move to the next slide. So behavior systems, this is the Roar Store and the Lion Loot and all of that. This goal was partially met, and I'll explain why. With the behavior referrals over time, we started out with an initial spike. I think because we implemented a reporting system and then teachers realized that there would be follow-up to behavior issues, those started getting reported. It wasn't that the kids were not here. It's just more things were being reported. And then over time, about midway through the year, we saw those referrals decline. The Lion Loot was really successful culturally, but I said that I was going to count it. And so it's these tiny little slips of paper. And I have a 15-year-old son, and my idea was that he would count them. I had tiny slips of paper all over my house. And I was like, nope, this is not going to happen, because he wasn't interested in counting all of them. So I was unable to measure that, but anecdotally, the Roar Store where they would spend that loot was a huge success. And I pulled every single one of my Lions of the Month lunches, students who are recognized for being the Lion Way, and asked, tell me, what do you think about the Roar Store? 100% from kindergarten to 5th grade over the span of several months said, yes, please continue that. They calmed down a little bit about the prices. We corrected our pricing. They said it's way too expensive. So we, of course, corrected a little bit. And so that will continue next year. Our next step in terms of this goal is definitely to keep what worked, but simplify and then standardize that tracking system so that we can get a better handle on exactly how well it's working. And then the third goal was around our PLCs and data cycles. We also partially met this. When I came in, I made an assumption that perhaps my building was further along in their understanding of professional learning communities than they actually were. And so once I found that out, we had to go backwards a little bit and really build a foundation for what this work is. So we built that foundation. We began sharing using the same data language and using iReady and using that their student growth goal data. I tied all of those things together because what I found was teachers had varying understanding of how the work all fits together. They all felt like separate things, and it's actually one thing. And so trying to make sense for them of all of that. Our Pride Time was the first time that we implemented a success block that showed strong promise, especially in kindergarten, 2nd grade, and 5th grade. And what I learned was that effective PLC cycles can't be assumed. They really need to have explicit structure, timelines, routines, modeling, and support. So like Joby, we are also going to do some work with PLC Plus, and Megan has done a lot of work with that in their building. And so they were really generous and gave us, here's the blueprint. And so we're able to take that now and interpret it for our own building. Julie's also going to implement this. So
you can put the PLC Plus.
It is, in essence, this a professional learning community, but the questions are different. It's a little bit different framework. It's much more teacher-led than administrator-driven. And the thing that I like most about it is that it really gets at equity, because one of the questions is who benefited from the instruction and who did not. And then also, what did we learn from this data cycle? And so that's something that's been missing, at least in my building. So I'm really excited to do that work with my cabinet. We are also jumping on the PLC Plus schedule. And then let's see. Lessons learned. I learned that school improvement at Lake Ridge depends on really clear, manageable goals. Again, I shot for the moon, and really they were aspirational goals. I wanted to see what would happen, and then really strong systems. So we need fewer priorities, better implementation, support, regular data review, that's that progress monitoring that I mentioned, and then continuous adjustment. So those are all things that I think I've course corrected for this next year. And then looking ahead, I had an end of the year retreat with my cabinet. So I always do an end of the year retreat and a beginning of the year retreat. And so they've seen all of the data, and we did data analysis and some reflection. And so based on their input there, I am proposing, and Andrews, if you could scroll to the next one. Great. I'm proposing these 3 goals. Our retreat is also on Monday, and so I need to get their feedback and adjust as necessary, because it's not my SIP, it's our SIP. So what I'd like to focus on is strong tier 1 instruction using math as our basis.
Is there any way to increase the size of that? Yeah. for interview.
No, I'll-
It's hard to lose.
Yeah, I know. Could be big, but
You
it's
can
very
just
tiny.
read what's at the top of each column.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The first goal is around strengthening tier one math instruction, but the goal is that every student participates, thinks, and grows. So our hypothesis is that, especially in math class, what happens is a lot of the time, few students are participating. They're the ones that have their hands raised and they get called on. And then the rest of the students are watching the teacher do math. So the teacher's getting really good at dividing fractions and the children are observing this. And so we want that to be flipped so that the kids are taking on the cognitive load. So on August 20th, I have an outside trainer for K cooperative learning structures coming in. This is something that I experienced in my previous district in Colorado. And so they're doing a full day training, and that's all around, how do we get kids to collaborate together, and what are these structures that we can teach the kids so that they know how to talk to one another so that they're doing the thinking, the teacher. So that's the first one. So the measurable part of that is that 80% or higher will meet iReady typical growth in math, while students below grade level will exceed 100% median typical growth. And then we also put SBA in there because we've done the correlation as well to see how closely it aligns. We want every grade level to improve from this year's SBA baseline. The second goal then is using evidence to decide what happens next. And so using PLC Plus, we want each PLC team to do 3 data cycles, complete data cycles. And the way we will measure that success is that 80% of the students that are targeted, who are below grade level, will make measurable progress. And those goals, of course, will be determined by the PLC teams themselves. And then the third goal relates to belonging and safety, that every student feels known, included, and ready to learn. And so what we're launching this year is our theme is One Pride. We're the Lions, so everything has to be lion related. So we're using One Pride. And that's because I've noticed that there is a disconnect. I've got a lower hallway and an upper hallway, right? And so that's a geographical divide, but I also have a general education program and a high cap program, and that feels divided. So really our work as a staff culturally is to bring that together, parents, students, teachers, everyone, so that we have one Lake Ridge Pride, not these separate groups. So my through line is really simple. Every student participates, thinks, grows, feels known, and gets what they need. So really important. I'm not trying to add new initiatives, but I'm tightening the system so that these priorities can actually happen. So that's the message.
Jennifer, you wanted to ask a question on your slide, the first slide that you had. You had the rate, the achievement rate, 74%. And you're right. What was the rate the prior year?
74%.
Oh, so it stayed the same.
It stayed the same.
Slide just while we're out. You said that the percentage of students that have multiple levels, it didn't increase much more. Like, can you give us an idea of percentage or numbers of students? Ballpark, I mean,
I'll have to dig. Okay. I have it, but
I was just wondering if it's it's just a few students that are doing it, or it's some larger.
it's a few students because the number of students on IEPs that we have is low. And so when you have a small N, right, then your percentages can look exaggerated. So yeah, of course. And right. And so one of the things that Julie actually suggested that we do at the beginning is take the quadrant where we have high growth, high achievement, low growth, high achievement, all of the different variations, right? And to go by individual students. So what we'll do is she's going to teach me how to do a mail merge because I don't know how to do that. But we're going to make stickers, and then teachers will get their current list of kids and actually place them where they go, because when we start talking percentages, 74, 143, it doesn't mean anything. But if I'm looking at this kid and he is low growth and high achievement, then that's a problem. And so that means that we need to focus on Aiden, but we have to focus on this kid, right? And then it becomes much more real and tangible. So thanks, Chu.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay.
One thing that I'm curious about, so what I'm hearing is, as we sort of try this approach, is that you all have goals, but then you haven't actually met with your staff yet to really flush it out, some sort of thing. But one thing I'm curious about, since we've had conversations about math and to the schools, you know, is, and I, when you all came to present your school improvement plans last year, I was new to the board because that was a lot of information. Everyone was talking about math, right? And the sort of the different like numbers, the different approaches. So I would just have a sense yet of what your each of your approaches would be. Each having a consider. We walked math.
And I can start, and each of my colleagues can chime in. We're doing a walk to math in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. So we're expanding it. And then we're also using our pride time, which is our intervention block. We're expanding that though, so that it's what each kid needs. So if a kid needs a social and emotional group, they can meet during that time. Our reading support will pull her groups during that time. So it's not just math, which is why the walk to math is going to be so important. In the primary, their walk to math is more of a para pushing in, and then the differentiation will happen during small group instruction during tier 1, so the universal class time, but then also during their prime time. So it's a little bit different approach than this year. And then
How does that look then? It's just a question, kind of question comes up. Community related. If you've got if you're doing walk math, and you've got a 3rd grader, so 5th grader.
it has to be based on the data, and we're going to do what's best for each kid. We're very careful not to skip so far ahead, because then there are gaps, and we can fill those gaps.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how you were.
Right.
And they kind of do it, I mean, part of it is measuring by skill, because even if you think about the iReady diagnostic now in form, it is holistic, right? So it gives you an estimation based on the standards around the students. That is one unit to bring. And then their classroom data offers a lot more insight about the actuality of whether or not a child can access the standard, and then whether or not they can, because sometimes a student might perform on that assessment at a higher level, but have gaps at the lower. Just to so intentional about it.
That makes sense. Because Matt, one other question about the walking and math would be something that the kids are still thinking on their own, or like say other 5th graders and everything, level math.
Yeah, so high cap is automatically accelerated, but we will have, if students are, at least in my building, if they are code 32 and we have triangulated data, GoGat, we've got iReady, and we have a classroom, assessment, teacher assessment, that kind of thing. If I have triangulated data that shows that this student would be better served being accelerated, then we'll go ahead and do that. And then we'll watch very carefully. If the student is struggling, of course, there are off ramps, right? So having the PLC process will greatly help the way that we are tracking students.
I think those are some of the nuances of the actions that are a little harder for people who aren't educators to really get a grip on. The idea that the PLC would inform this. PLC in essence is like a data cycle, so which I think is going to really impact their lives. It might not seem just PLCs doesn't mean anything.
So you mentioned 3 cycles, right? When do you do 3 cycles in the year?
We will probably do it after the first diagnostic, but we have to have some learning with our cabinet first. And so, as I mentioned, Megan has a really solid plan on how they laid that out. And so I anticipate that first cycle will probably happen in October. And then we will probably have one in the winter, and then we'll have the last one in the spring, probably April-ish, I would say.
And just something that I'm curious, nothing, just thinking about the two grade levels, talking to Matt, and you're talking about also about belonging. I will be very interested in seeing how if those kids do feel that they belong more or less, and the ones that I, and even through their school, K-5, I think that maybe 1 year they might not be feel that they belong, but maybe in the long run, that multi-grade might feel better or not. And also those who skip that walk to Matt, do they have more sense of belonging, less people, see if there's something that see.
Yeah,
Totally.
students from IMS start their day at the high school. And that's a multi-major term now too. So, we have variations.
Yes.
We have heard from some of our older students over time that in retrospect, thinking about their experience of, I was in high cap, I wasn't in it, and what does that do? There are some strong emotions about that from some of our high schoolers when they look back and say, what did that mean? How did that shape me? So we're constantly trying to keep that.
Yeah, and this is the right time to see if I'm seeing that. How that is working.
It's maybe just as I'm hearing all these plans and how you guys are managing math. I know we keep hearing from parents who are concerned about technology in our schools, especially at the elementary level. And I know we have a committee that's working on that. And I'm just curious whether any of that concern is factoring into, for example, how you're planning for this year, or whether we're kind of in a holding pattern to see what happens with our committee.
Neither of those really. So the only thing that each of them have spoken about so far that has any technology connection whatsoever is taking a test. That's the conclusion of the technology that's going to. So the reality is that the kids aren't, we're having lots of conversations with families as well. Over the course of the summer, and Andrews has had even more than most. And so we're having ongoing conversations as it pertains to that. I think our community would prefer a policy. The reality is policies to change behavior. And so what we have communicated more broadly is that it's our intention to be really thoughtful and include all of our stakeholders, which is really important to include teachers in, since they are users and producers of. And so if we're not including them, then we're not doing right by our students. So as our teachers return, Andrews has our tag group. He's going to take a lot of into it to make sure that we put the right people on there. And that will kind of continue going separately. But as far as what they've presented so far, none of their strategy or any of their associated content other than taking the assessment has anything to do with technology.
And I would just add in that, we talked about this to a certain extent during some of our leadership team meetings that we've already had to start the school year. Our instructional technology day coming up, the theme is really all around Toy Story 5 and tension between technology and toys, and to just reiterate that it's on our mind all the time. And the most important thing as they're thinking about strategy is what's the best resource to put in front of students to help them to move that needle. And most of what we continue to have and to as the backbone in our curriculum in our elementaries is workbooks and paper pencil. And we are already thinking about, well, what access points do they have to some of the games within something? And Andrews has already started to move towards locking some of those down. They're not producing as much. So maybe our teams, as you're talking, you can just feather in how you're thinking about that, but it's very much on our minds.
I can add to this. I know it's not my presentation yet, but I was curious too, just to audit our West Mercer use in the spring last year after I knew there was groups meeting, and kind of the results of that audit about use of anything from the Promethean board, which is kind of
today's projector, you know, if you recall, like the wind up plastic things, like from that all the way to like what is the iPad one-on-one use. So like what's the range of technology being used? And then in analysis of that, there wasn't anything statistically significant of any use. And in fact, it actually revealed to me a lot more paper than I actually even, you know, thought myself in terms of writing. Like how much are our students even doing rough drafts on paper and not, you know, right to the technology, and that's still happening at all grade levels. So I think even though it's a pretty big conversation, I think, you know, you're hearing us, these things are still analog in most ways. And yeah, just, you know, it's on our minds too.
Can you just clarify what you mean by it wasn't statistically?
You know, I was looking to see like, is there a grade level or class that has a significant amount of use beyond, you know, for instructional or beyond that would be significant to address? And there really wasn't, you know, there really wasn't a trend being like, we have a problem to solve here. In fact, you know, kind of not quite around, like I was saying, it's a bit more analog.
I'm just curious, like, were you basing it? What would you base your problems be? 5 hours, or were you looking at the difference between the grades more, like saying it's like?
Yeah, just exactly. Just to see if we had a discrepancy, that would be a concern. And like, what's a typical amount of use given what? And really, it's like our iReady programming that has the MyPath is really only 30 minutes a week, and so I was trying to gauge beyond what our program provides. Are we well above that? Are we well below and not utilizing it? And there wasn't sort of any standout, like we have an issue to address here, which was great to have, you know, not have an issue to address. But
Yeah, because that is actually, it's a good point, and like, it makes me curious. On already having these conversations, right? Is it interesting to know that?
Well, and there's a lot of conflation. So when we talk iReady, when this group here all talks about iReady, we're talking about the assessment. The math instruction that's happening in the classrooms is called Ready Classroom Mathematics. It's under the same umbrella company, but it is all paper pencil, with the exception of if the teacher wants to go into the platform and assign a pre-assessment, they can. They can also print that same assessment. So there are options for them to even take the technology and turn it into a blog, should they want to. But by and large, curricularly speaking, in terms of our reading curriculum and our math curriculum, those are not online. Those are all paper pencil print tools. And then the MyPath piece, I think people speak. It's really not part of the program. It's an add-on to the program, allowing kids that are below level to access information to fill those gaps so that they can access it.
So when we did our site visit to Northwood, which was an amazing site visit, and I was talking to some kids, right? They were just doing math problems. What would they have been doing?
That would have been their MyPath. So oftentimes teachers use that during their rotations, which would have been time when we were there. And so if I'm teaching the class and then I've finished my whole group lesson, and now I want to provide differentiated instruction to different groups. In order to do that, I need things for my other kids to do while I'm in a small group. Otherwise, they will wreak havoc while I am pulling a small group. Yeah. So one of the things that they have as an option is MyPath. Teachers are usually assigning on their projectors. They'll say who's doing what in which days, so they kind of choose what the kids are doing. Wise in general. So you might be on MyPath, you might be reading a book to self, you might be reading an engaging with your partner, you could be with a parent engaging in comprehension question, you could be testing, you could be doing any of
So MyPath, so there's the assessment, then there's MyPath, yeah. And then there's the Ready Classroom space. So MyPath is more like practicing.
math skills in general, disconnected. And teachers can assign, so teachers will assign occasionally a lesson. So for example, the student, the test informs where it places them in MyPath. So they get placed based on how they performed on their diagnostic assessment. Once they've been placed, a teacher can say, yeah, that is not accurate, right? To move them to a different and they can alter that course for them and do regularly alter the course for kids because some kids just don't. They rush through the test, they get placed in a first grade level and they're a fifth grader. Teacher.
Do we have data on how much time kids are spending if we wanted to on my
It's fewer than the recommended number of minutes schools. So the recommended number is between I think we're in most places fewer than 30 minutes.
it would be helpful to see the information because I think one thing too happens is that sometimes we're not seeing something classroom, and so sometimes we should be able to have data. Sometimes I think maybe we can feel more concerned about something because we don't understand the numbers or whatever. So it would just be nice to know how you understand.
The thing that everybody just needs to know to show you that data, there are families who historically have their kids work on it at home by their choosing. So you will see kids on there that have been on there for hours in a week. That is not because they've had that time in place. So you cannot tell. So if a parent decides they want their kid to work on it in the summer or at home, they can choose to do that because it's there as a resource to support them, but it will show up in numbers. So you'll see those outliers.
I'm just gonna have to show a little bit. This is Maggie was and sorting the teachers on stuff. So I'd like to reframe that just a little bit in saying that we want to use technology to support our students, to provide differentiated instruction, to extend their learning. And we want to, based on community feedback and conversation, really kind of dig in, gather more information on that, have a balance of screen time. And that's what Fred was looking around that being around 20-25. Really what we saw in our surveys last year was our K-1-2 classrooms, we were seeing about an hour a week of screen time usage through qualitative and quantitative surveys. And then our principals also followed that up because we want to make sure that when we're sharing that data, that is the actuality of what we're seeing. Our surveys also focused on not just how much time how they're using those screens as part of that process. And Megan touched a little bit about on that as well, on whether or not it's previous screens, that whole group instruction, whether it's individual classroom instruction, and what are those applications that we're utilizing for our students, and how are they supporting their students. Some other pieces that I'll share is 3, 4, 5. We saw it was about 3.5 hours per week. We're going to continue gathering data through this evening's and through the work that we're doing through the work that we're doing here. You've also seen some messaging from me around just some additional parental supports, as you mentioned there, where our parents will have a little more transparency on how our students utilize the devices. At our elementaries, we actually shifted to a state school model. Right, Julie looking at that and saying, if there really is concern around overall screen time for our younger students, one way that we can support that is by keeping those devices in the classroom and really thinking about those instructional practices and accessing lessons at home around those pieces. So we're thinking carefully around how to find that balance. Not necessarily looking at it and saying we have a overall goal of X amount of minutes or we're doing this, but really around balance and supporting student instruction as well as supporting our parents and communities.
I think that's a great way to reframe it. You're absolutely right. And I think, and I know you're working on a lot of things, and I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. So, you've done around technology, and I gleefully already informed my sons that I've now been able to see every single thing they look at there. I think for twice. 12 hours with my child yesterday. So she's a rising 8th grader in middle school. And I spent like an hour and a half with it really on sort of like what kids are accessing on their iPads and so forth. And it just sounds like a whack-a-mole game, right? And she was telling me how like a teacher unblocked a particular game website because for the marine biology class because it had a list of all these like different animals with like facts that they needed it for assignment. And somehow immediately that word got around school. And so people started sneaking on to play games, and so then it had to be shut down, but then the marine biology class couldn't access it. So they had to find another way for them to access that information. So it really does sound like a constant, it's constant vigilance.
And I believe in the study session scheduled for the 28th. Around January.
At the
August.
yes, it's not gonna be a full study session, but Andrews and teaching and learning are gonna do a full tech update for you in 2 weeks.
Great.
So you're
Sorry, I
gonna get a
didn't mean to
full
like.
update.
do
No,
this
and
right now.
that's great because
I know.
those are definitely some of the
Yeah.
things that will have additional supports for both our teachers, for our communities, but more importantly, our students are ready. And we want to minimize distractions and increase engagement. That's what we've been doing in all preschools, shift where district learning based policy. And that's what we want to do with students, making sure they have access to the resources.
Thank you. Transition to Northwood.
Julie, did you?
I was gonna ask, Superintendent Arnold if you could potentially get with Principal Isaacson, have her formalize that technology audit that you did and presented to the technology advisory group as a formal session. I think that that's something that.
Sure. Did you pull together actual data? Yeah. So, my colleagues have touched on a lot of the same things that we're going to be doing, so I'm going to keep mine pretty short. So if you have any questions, just let them know. Andrews, we go. So here were our operational goals for the 25-26 school year. It was really interesting because all the schools look very different in terms of their populations, things like that. But we had very commensurate. So 72% of kids made both. And then if you look down, all the students have opportunities to choose more challenging work. In class, they work with other students, and work I do in the school is useful and interesting to me were our EES schools. So I didn't do the overall school goal. I break it down by grade. And so if you look at the 24-25, what percentage of students made 100% growth, and then you bump over to 25-26, you can look at, I put a little arrow if they went up, and I put a little arrow if it went down. Really notable to me is third grade because I had some concerns in the 24-25 school year because only 42% of the children made growth. So I partnered them with Karen Sweeney, one of our instructional coaches, and they made a 20-point jump, which I thought was pretty impressive. And I think it also speaks to instructional coaches and that they were. So that was definitely a celebration. I'm a data nerd and I don't like anything that has a 6 in the tens column. And so we are continuing to work on that as our for this upcoming year. And I'll get into that with the next steps. But as you can see, with the exception of one grade, we made progress towards the 100%, but it's not as much progress as the teachers would like. And I'll also speak to the tools we're going to use because we're changing the tools this year. So if you go back one more. So this is really fascinating to me, and I have theories, but I'm not really sure. If you look at the bottom of the slide, I don't know if you guys can see it, but so here's how our 4th and 5th graders answered, and here's how the whole school answered. So what ends up happening, and I'm going to put my own story in here, but you guys can interpret it however you want. As we're getting a little closer to middle school, our negative sort of vibe. But if you look at our kindergarten through 5th grade students, it's a really positive, like, yay, school. Whoop. So I see as our problem really here is what's dropping off between 3rd and 4th grade? How is that changing, and how are we addressing it? So we already started sort of talking about some of this. What we did last year was we identified champion to watch, and those are those kids in that quadrant 3 and 4. And then we monitored them all year long. We tried to use the iReady tool, which was a math progress monitoring tool, but the standard deviation was plus or minus 12, which I used basically. So this year we're going to partner with the Stanford Graduate School of Education, their Brain Development and Education Lab, in the hopes that most Northwood students end up at Stanford, but we need to get some data. We're going to be helping them with the research project, but they also have some tools that we can use for both math and reading. So we're going to be using those this year, and I'm actually kind of excited to talk to you about it.
because we don't want a standard deviation of plus or minus, and we want something that is not prohibitive for teachers to use. We want to know how our kids are doing all along the way so that we don't have 6 in the tens column. The other thing that's really
I was gonna add that, part of what Julie's making reference to, so, Stanford's Dyslexia Center is, where some of these assessments come from. We're gonna use, those as a try-on at Northwood. Northwood is one of the schools where we were doing access. So demographically, that's the one that we kind of focused in on making some changes with. Should that be successful in the progress monitoring realm, then our hope is to maybe consider how the board. So this year, Julie's building will be a little different as we report on Julie's building versus the other 3 elementaries, just because we're trying out this progress monitoring tool that we are hoping will solve various challenges that we have. And being that it's a well-researched tool, we feel really confident in it. And the study that we're going to be a part of is in connection to executive function. So we're going to get provided the information after the studies. So that's exciting.
we're going to do some it's kind of a one-stop shop, and so we'll be able to assess for executive functioning, assess for math, assess for reading, and because executive functioning is co-morbid a lot of times with the reading challenges, it's really a useful tool for population for sure. So we'll see how it goes.
As soon as we test. So once the kids are, well, the study, we won't come until they're done with their study with the NIH. Once they're done with the NIH studies, information back. So there will be some of the assessments that we won't get data from necessarily, because that data will be partial data, because that's their study. Of the pieces that we're participating in, but we're participating with the intent that they will eventually have that, and the hopes that we can use that to manage some other challenges we have.
And as you guys know, with the Access program, we have a large portion of children who have reading barriers, and our math curriculum is very word heavy. So it all goes together. So as we continue to sort of manage the reading barriers, we expect also to see some sort of improvement in math. I'm really excited because this year, after the fall, 100% of our teachers, I believe, will be UZ trained. So and you all got to see that in action. And so that was the goal, right? Is to not track children. We kind of had a pathway for a while because only certain, and now with all of the teachers sort of doing it, it will kind of give us just this robust support for children with reading barriers. And so we're really excited about that. And I really do have to shout out not only the district, but our PTA came through and in dividends. And so because to train teachers in EMC is really expensive. And so we were really grateful that our PTAs did that.
Do they provide them the grant?
I just asked for to be.
Schools Foundation, between the two, PTAs and Schools Foundation.
And as you've seen, it's been really impactful. So that is pretty well spent. So I definitely want to get that word out there that we have both been contributing to that. The other thing that, lastly, what we did was, I'm a data nerd, so I've run all sorts of reports and how we can look at this. And we found that our most emergent area in math is numbers and operations. And there's been a movement in math to move away from automaticity and really go into thinking. So we're going to do some concentration on really learning your math facts, because the brain load, if you don't know your math facts automatically, is just really heavy. And so we're going to be working on fluency this year to really do that. You can click twice. Yeah, there we go. So Northwood has around 50 children who are English language learners and around 50 children who have IEPs. It's quite a high percentage. And so when I dialed down into some of our groups, children who are Black children, children who are Hispanic, children who have IEPs, children who are multiracial, all these things. What emerged really quickly is our children with IEPs were not making the same growth as our children who are making IEPs. So this year they're really gonna, and this is what this shows. And I know it's a lot of colors and a lot of things, but basically 72% of our children made 100% growth, only 51% of IEPs made that, and that's we're going to be doing a lot of work this year around intentional planning on how are we ensuring that our children with IEPs are making the same, if not more growth, because some of them are behind, to make sure they're commensurate with their peers. I'm keeping the big bodacious goals. Can you go twice per because I want 100% of the kids, all kids means all kids. And so 100% of our kids will make typical growth. We're making steps in that direction, but we haven't made it far enough. And our focus group will be students with IEPs. And for right now, I'm keeping the same ES goals because I think they're really important. And I'm going to talk to my building leadership team about do they want to keep those, but I feel like we change all the time. And so I want to have just a 2-year progression of, hey, here's what we're focusing on. Here's how we're following up. And here we made some moves that made impact, but what are the moves we can continue to make? So our SIP looks very similar to last year, but it's because all the work that it's on it is really good.
Sorry, guys, hang in. Let's do it. I feel like
after you.
good. I'm thinking sort of what Julie said, like the lot has been covered, so I think I'll try to focus on things you haven't really heard yet. So maybe we'll click through a little extra here in West Mercer, but just the big picture last year, same as everybody. That's my new daughter's thing too. She says same. All the things, but same thing with the math goal, 100%. We want students to make a year's growth in a year's time. That shouldn't be too much to ask really, but it is a challenge for some. So that's there and will continue to be there. You'll see after I cover this past year, we'll move on to the next year. And then our SEL goals were really just the ones that really stood out in our EES data last year about students having opportunities to set goals and progress monitor. So they were part of the process and not happening to them. And then just celebrating our learning was an area that we wanted to make more visible. I think these were the bigger highlights that I just tried to put in a more pretty slide. And that was, we made slow but steady growth on our academic goal for the 100% or more from 68 to 74%. Kind of we're all sitting in that sort of same range overall. And then the actions that really contributed, you've heard about the PLC work, which I'm excited y'all are coming up October to West Mercer, so we can talk more about actions that have occurred last year or this coming year at that time as well. And then I wanted to share an example because talking is not as great as visual sometimes. And if you could pass, this is the high-tech version of my coach because she's very phenomenal in doing this. And this is the low-tech version of me. But something that the PLC Plus framework helps our teachers really visualize and work through is who are the students not making growth, and either they're not making growth and they're not yet at grade level, or they're not making growth and they're at and above grade level. And so those quadrants are delineated into quadrant 3, not making growth and not at grade level, and quadrant 4, not making growth and above. And so the primary focus, either as a whole school or unit to unit, week to week, is really looking at those 2 buckets of students because that's who we need to move into quadrant 2. Quadrant 2 is we're making growth, we're at or above grade level, and we want everybody to get there. So these are a couple of different ways of visualizing what that looks like, and that's what my colleagues have talked about, is like seeing not the number, but the student's name, who is there and what we need to do to move them. So that's one of the key factors. And again, our tier 2 Wolfpack block is now going to be, I think it's 5th year next year. So we've really honed that in, and it's almost like we've tier 2'd ourselves so greatly, but we're going to get back more to the tier 1 classroom level instruction of how we can support learners who aren't making growth beyond just that supplemental tier 2. And I wanted to share with you something that hasn't really been talked about yet, which is this last year, in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade at our school, we had 3 teachers who took it upon in their grade level to be the lead in running a math scholars group pilot, which was essentially identifying Our code 32 students and students showing readiness for acceleration or extension, and those students in our Wolfpack block, our extension tier 2 block, were receiving acceleration and or extension opportunities with a focus on the standards of mathematical practice, a lot of problem solving, and access to next grade level standards. And what we saw in that group of 48 students across those grades, that 91% of those students over the school year made 100% or greater, which is actually disproportionately much larger than our 74%. And the average growth of that group was 156%. So we saw that working already. Our tier 2 is 4 times a week and 25 minutes each time. So when we see that level of growth just with that access, what can that look like with the walk to math? I know your question came up earlier. The goal with walk to math is to get students what they need at tier 1, but without creating that riff of like, oh, who's doing walk to math? So that's kind of Weston's putting together a team of our teachers across the district to look at how do we do this? Because ideally it's a unit to unit. It's not a track where you start day 1 and you're on the walk to math next grade level and you can never get off of it or you can never get on it. That's what we want to avoid. That's not equitable. That's not a way that would create belonging. So trying to figure out how do our units line up? Like for example, 4th to 5th grade, if a student in 4th grade is walking to a 5th grade math, either provided by their own grade level section teacher or the 5th grade teacher, how do they have that opportunity from unit to unit when those units from each grade are not exactly lined up, ending and starting on the same component? So the logistics of it, we have yet to figure out, but the premise is there, that there's on and off ramps for students who are showing readiness. And the goal is there to provide them more opportunities to access that than just the tier 1 success blocks.
In that, like our tier 2 success, tier 2 that you're talking about, were those all code 32 kids?
So they're code 32 and students who had shown readiness on their diagnostic. Like they hadn't necessarily coded into that, but they were either at or above grade level.
I like that you included those students also.
Yeah, for sure.
And kids move in and out too.
Yeah.
You know, and so it allows them, because you don't want to put someone in a position where they're struggling simply because 3 units ago they did the content.
Right.
That's what makes it awful for certain schools.
Yeah, and something I think is really nice that we got started with that project is that we were progress monitoring the Common Core standards, obviously, especially for the next grade level. And so those students had frequent progress monitoring using iReady standards mastery tools, but we also were assessing for the standards of mathematical practice, which are K-12. So like the first standard is I can solve problems. I can make sense of problems and persevere in solving them. And that's like a mathematical disposition. Like if you want to be a problem solver in the world beyond math too, you have to have that disposition to make sense of something. Another one is like being able to have dialogue with your peers and critique the reasons of others. These standards of practice are critical components of the new math standards that our state's rolling out. And so already having progress monitoring of this math scholars group in both of those areas, the Common Core and the mathematical practice standards, is giving us a good starting place as our standards start to shift over. They're really anchored across K-12. So I think we'll hear and see more about standards of mathematical practice, but it was a really good start to infuse both of those things.
So what's your plan for this coming school year?
So we're doing a walk to math also at tier 1 because we know what works at tier 2. But tier 1, we have a walk to math plan for grade 4 to 5, and then in grade 5 having access to 6. Ideally rolling down to 3 also. But I think we need to sort out what those logistics look like unit to unit so that we don't end up tracking students or not having access points. So that's going to be kind of a district elementary schools work in progress of how we can make that work to have access. But we're hitting tier 2 real well. It's just getting back to what everyone should have at tier 1.
This is a good opportunity to maybe to jump in to talk about our district work around math. And there have been some questions, and I really appreciate how Megan sort of outlined what walk to math is. I do want to shift a little bit as well. While walk to math is a term that we're probably more familiar with, it's really a flexible grouping strategy that Megan just articulated the intent behind, right? It's to meet the students where they are. And a lot of the work that we're going to be doing moving forward is about the why behind that, to meet the student where they are, but also to narrow the continuum in front of the educator Because in a classroom, you could have students who may need support 2 years, working 2 years below grade level, up to 2 years ahead of grade level. So what flexible grouping does is narrow that continuum and allows students to move to get what they need unit by unit. So thank you, Megan, for articulating that. At the same time that that's happening, so across the district in 5th grade, and in some buildings, 4th is ready, about the idea is to grow that down through 3rd. At the same time, we have new math standards that we're going to be exploring. And so what we're going to be doing is combining that work. Last year, we brought together a math community. That work's going to continue. It involves community members, it will have student voice, and then of course our staff who are the experts in math instruction, because I certainly am not. But that work will continue, and we'll embed work on applying the new math standards with our walk to math.
Does that mean that?
Yeah, so yeah, starting in 5th grade at every elementary school next year will be the flexible grouping. And then that will, with the idea is for that to grow into 4 and 3 eventually, but some schools are ready for 4 already.
That will be all students, not just the.
Yep, that's pretty.
So does that mean that like any student that is in 5th grade who is ready for 6th grade math will be able to?
Yeah, and in fact, the goal and the idea is more students more ready. So we hope that all students are going to have access to 6th grade standards. And that we're working with the middle school to identify things that they think, hey, we would love to hit more of these in 5th grade so that kids are more ready in 6th. So I think the goal is all kids having access to 6th grade standards, if that's what they need in the moment.
Just not all the time. So keeping in mind that this is a unit by unit lesson by lesson data to determine the student.
So if they were to need it in all.
Then they would get
That would be exactly it.
All right, I'll try to keep this brief. This is just the text version basically of the last image that you saw, but with the inclusion of this table on the right. I like Julie's doesn't like 6 in the tens digit. I'm gonna steal that because I don't like 7 in the tens digit. I really want to get to the 8 and above, which obviously our ultimate goal is 100%, and we're itching there. You can see sort of the variation from grade to grade. And so that's the focus, as you all mentioned later on, is just honing in on the tier 1 practices, as I mentioned earlier, and then the specific grades who are going to need more targeted professional learning support. And that kind of lives in those middle grade bands at 2 and 3. You can go ahead, Andrew. Our SEL goals get a pretty picture too. This was a fun celebration. I'll start on the right-hand side. We have a system for celebrating student success was a major improvement. And I think like Cliff Notes version of all this is that when you focus on something that you want to grow in and you're intentional with the strategies to do so, you do make growth. So I think, it's just a really great boost for our staff to see, oh, we said we were going to have 3 or more opportunities for students to set goals, celebrate learning, be able to track and monitor their progress. I have a data sheet that I linked in our slides on one of these. And what I noticed as teachers were filling that out through the year is students had like 10 opportunities to celebrate growth, and they made it such a consistent practice in so many variety of ways. And Andrews, you can go to the next slide. This is an example where on the left-hand side, students in all of our sections had, individual data folders, data chats, journaling, day-to-day things. The frequency was so much greater once it was intentional than even planned for. So we kind of blasted those out of the water, which was cool. And I keep reminding our staff, when we focus on something, we will improve. I'm going to skip all the way down, Andrews, to slide 37, so I can kind of keep us tight. I know we've been sitting a long time. And slide 37 is just going into the next year goal.
That's what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah. Okay, great. Cool. So, realistically, we're making that incremental growth. I think long term, we're going to get there. I think realistically, it's really focusing in on grade 2. And when I look at disproportionality, pulling different demographics, we don't have a standout group or gender or racial demographic that has a quadrant 3 or 4 designation. We actually have a spattering of things. So it's really just, let's focus on that quadrant 3 and 4 from day one. I already had planned in the spring that we'd start our Wolfpack blocks on August 31st. So, getting kicked off, we don't need to wait. We know which students are not making growth. Let's hit the ground running now. And it's really our theme this next year is making every minute matter. Every minute that we use is going to be an opportunity to impact learning, make connections in our school. And so just getting really tight on what that looks like. I think it was at the second grade this past year. Yeah. Or do you see those numbers typically in the second grade, or is it? The last couple of years, we've seen a little bit less growth for students in that grade level. And I think the goal this year is to really kind of get a big picture of what's going on. Is it planning for instruction and where we can really utilize pre-assessment? So walking into a unit, we're not teaching something students already know. Or we're not providing enough scaffolding. We have to have more data to start our units than we may have currently. And that's not just for second grade. I'd say in general, especially for learners at tier 1 who are ready for something more, we can be responsive in the moment, but we should be walking into the unit with a pretty clear understanding of who's going to need more and adapt that to those students. So more aligned, consistent pre-assessment unit to unit is sort of
Something you're looking at why.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Are you saying that you're measuring growth by irony? Are you also taking into consideration?
Absolutely. SBAC, that's 3 through 5. And then our unit level assessments, progress monitoring tools we have available to us. I'm interested to see how the Stanford project is going with Julie so we can learn from that. The goal is to always have multiple data points for students. We can't just go off of one measure. And so that's really what we want to be triangulating this next year for all of our grade levels, including grade 2.
One of the things that's been challenging kind of universally is that there are just not a lot of math progress monitoring tools in the world. There are a ton of reading, which is because we've got over 70 years worth of research around that. There's nearly as much research around math. I think that is more in its infancy, so to speak. I think that is surging now. And so one of the tools Julie will be using is called ROAM, which is a rapid assessment of math. And so that tool can be leveraged should the other teachers want to use that as well.
And Drews, if you could go to 39. So 38 is just the written form of these goals. This one is really tiny font, but essentially the light blue is the baseline of our SEL goals that we'll be focusing on this next year based on what our EES data presented. And there's kind of 3 main categories. One is breaking problems into smaller steps, which is more of an academic, making a plan and executive functioning skill. And then the second goal is that sort of experience perceptually that students have around what are behavior expectations and consequences and making that more visible to them. Often our kids want to know exactly what's going to happen to their peer who's, called them name on the playground. Like, did you call their family? Are they going to get suspended? Like, there's this level of trying to be transparent about the process with our kids, but also know that some things will be their business and some things will be their business about what the next steps are, but improving sort of what that experience feels like for them. And then the last one, this is a pretty pronounced percentage, I think, the last couple of years, and that's really that our students haven't really had opportunities to talk about race, gender discrimination. So I'm going to be pulling our SEL standards that are available through OSPI, and it's really just targeting 4th and 5th grade who are the takers of this EES data and probably more ready based on their standards available at those grade levels to talk more about just who we are and how we connect to one another. And the language I actually connected to the standards are really more about respecting differences in backgrounds, identifying bias and stereotype,
responding with inclusive interactions and respectful dialogue and having advocacy. That's kind of the way that it's phrased at the 4 or 5 level. And so making it more developmentally appropriate, but also acknowledging, especially in the world that we live in, that like we're all here together and we're going to figure out ways to problem solve and make sense of things in this diverse community. So as everybody's mentioned, we have yet to like still bring in our students and families as a part of providing input. So I'm looking forward to that when we get started. I'm sorry about how long this took on behalf of all the elementary schools.
Thank you. Just chime in to say, interesting what you mentioned about students wanting to know kind of what the consequences were for someone always a name. And I've said this to Fred, I've shared this before, but last year at last year's WASD, I attended just a fantastic presentation by the Vancouver, Washington school district on a very systematic approach they took to reducing bullying, like racial, special needs, like religious based bullying. And it was a very they share that information freely, and Fred has it. Basically they had like a very clear set of consequences. Like the two things they found, they had a very high rate of recidivism with the same kids kind of offending over and over again. And so they had a very clear number one response. They trained every adult in their district in a couple of phrases to use, because one of the things they heard from staff was, I didn't know what to say. Like, it was so awful what that kid said. Like, I was just like stuck. I didn't know what to say. So they taught them like 2 phrases. It's like, you say this or you say this. They taught everyone in the district, janitors, everybody. You say this and then you refer to the principal. And then there was like automatic notification of both sets of parents, and then an age appropriate set of learning materials that the speaking student needed to go through, like watch a video, have a conversation with the counselor, learn about like why your words can be hurtful, you know, etc. And they got down to like 1%. It's in Vancouver School District, Vancouver, Washington. Okay. And I just was so impressed. And I know we have so much else going on in the district right now, you know, and budget limitations, and everything you guys are describing is like 2.5 people's worth of jobs. Like the different things you're monitoring and tracking and initiatives you're trying to do. But I just like, I would love for everyone to just keep that in mind, because they had a very, very deeply divided community racially and otherwise. Like it was making the local news, like local TV news, like some of the things that were being said and done to students, you know. And I thought it was a really, really creative way of kind of managing that problem. And just, it's been an issue in our district since before I was on the board. So, you know, I joined the board in 2019, and kind of how we handle those issues has been an issue ever since. We've gotten so much better, but I feel like we've gotten better on an individual kind of school by school basis, staff by staff basis. I love that this was like that district basis. Just wanted to, like,
Yeah, I'll look into that. That sounds really interesting.
thank you all so much. I know, and thank you for going into such detail. I appreciate it. Should we take so I should break and we're Getting started again. Yes, we are.
We're in the middle of best middle school on the island.
I heard the same.
In terms of achievement,
Yeah. That's hard, beautiful, unmatched. Okay, so. Ready, launch. Our goals for last year, we had a literacy goal, which was our goal 1. So our goal was to move our students to 70% of students reaching their iReady, much like elementary schools, from the year before, which was 63%. And then we'll get into how that landed. But our goal number 2 was,
We actually were focused on both student engagement and ownership. And so we were looking at measuring both of those things using 2 different tools, the EDS survey, as well as our in-house student engagement survey. And we were hoping for 100% so that students could articulate that they are the drivers of their learning and they know the relevance of their learning and they know how to go about their learning. And so that was the second goal. And the agency piece was a little bit harder for us to capture, but we have EDS survey data points that we have to measure those.
all right, so then our outcomes for goal number 1 was that we did not meet our goal. In fact, we had 56% of our students meet their goal. And it's broken down here. I thought Julie was gonna get up and play that.
thank you.
You can see it was broken down by grade level over here. So 64% of our 6th graders, 45% of our 7th graders, which I'll talk about in a minute, and then 59% of our 8th graders. But I really got into the weeds about this because I wanted to know why. And what I ended up finding in 6th and 7th and 8th grade is that the starting point, which is, I think, already been voiced by our elementary team, our starting point for iReady, so where they land in the fall, we had 226 6th graders at or above grade level. So then their area for growth, some of them made it between 80 and 90, but they didn't make the 100, so they're not part of our percentage. And then it's the same for 7th and 8th grade. 7th grade, 222 students came in at or above grade level. 8th grade, 236. You can see, then I broke it down, 9 of our 6th graders went down in points. 24 of our 7th grade went down and 21 of our 8th graders. And then those are the ones that stayed the same. So overall, we had high growth, but we did not make our.
Yes, to clarify, even though, there are, many that achieve a lot that's already above grade level in their swap that quadrant, right? It's still overall that same group of people that achieved 63%.
Yes. Yeah. So it's that same group. But just like Julie was saying, that like margin of some of the kids who came in, 8th graders already testing into a 10th grade level, there wasn't much room for growth.
Yep. One of the things we talked about, especially as kids get older and it's not in this way for us, is just the nuances. So like they can pull raw data, which is part of what we'll have to look at too as we monitor. Individual data is more local in nature, and the focus that they're working on is
that's part of our new goal, is really looking at their raw score versus what iReady is telling us they're at grade level. They've met this percentage. So our new goal, spoiler, is really about points in their raw score versus being at grade level and making a certain percentage, because that for me is more tangible and more palatable, but also I feel like it lets us look at individual students more than just looking at a grade level.
So at IMS, are you? I know it's different. The elementary school,
Spoilers all around.
the
Let's just go for it. I'll tell you better. Andrews, can you go to slide 48?
And to clarify, you mentioned that you're focusing on literacy, correct?
Yes.
I wanted to focusing on that.
Yes.
So,
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand the numbers.
Yeah, no,
totally
so
fine. I think that
we
I just-
are, actually, sorry, can you,
You can pause the question, you can just do.
no, it really goes well. Go to 40,
40 which?
40, please.
4-0.
43. There. So part of our learning for this year was that our seventh graders, which we did the morphology pilot in, their iReady scores were the lowest, but their SBAC growth scores were the highest. So then I really got into the weeds of SBAC and like, what does that mean? Why are we here? So we are going to be using SBAC scores and iReady scores for our oldest year, the scale raw scores, to kind of measure it, because there is this, some of our high achieving students did better on iReady. Some of our high achieving students did better on SBAC. And so really looking at both to give us a global idea of how our students are achieving.
And the morphology, others.
Yes. So SBAC, because it has that written component to it, it was really interesting to see how our students scored around the written component. And is it because they were using higher level vocabulary that they have learned this year? And which is why we are going to be doing morphology for all of our language arts classes this year. And our language arts team is actually meeting next week to kind of talk about like what morphemes they're going to be focusing on and how many per week, because we did see success with it in our scores. And so how it can be accessed fully and not only in language arts, but we're focusing on vocabulary and how can that work in math and what are some morphemes in science, just like branching out in so many.
So morphology in the iReady assessment, the two domains that most impact first and foremost would be vocabulary. That's the conclusion. At a global level, comprehension would be impacted after we've achieved enough knowledge of morphemes to be able to apply those in details. And so I think they also had a lot of success in their classroom information as they saw it from the classroom teacher perspective. And so I just look forward to kind of doing it.
Back to goal number 2. It's going to tell us about our outcomes for goal number 2.
Okay, so we went ahead and said that we met SIP goal 2. And the reason for it is because we did see growth on the measurement on the in-house survey that we had students take. And we also saw growth in the EES survey. We had said 100%. And then when we actually got so close, we decided that we would say that we met it. And it's 98.6%. But this particular slide is sharing with you the EES survey data that does show some growth of that agency student ownership relevance piece that we were hoping to see students driving their learning for. So we were really anchored in the visible learning text last year, and we were looking at John Hattie's meta-analyses and the high impact strategies. So something that we knew was that climate really matters first. Learning will follow and achievement comes last. And so these scores do reflect some of that work, because last year was the first year that we really dug into our PDSA cycles. And that was where our PLCs met and looked at what their plan was, what they're going to do. They studied the student outcomes, and then they would react to that data and create a new cycle of instructional moves. And so there was a lot of deep data dives, a lot of learning, and a lot of collaboration. And we had the new morphology pilot, and we brought in student engagement with Amy Berry's student engagement work, the continuum. And so this, even though it seems maybe a little bit incremental that the teacher is helping
challenge me with interesting activities. This school is doing a good job of preparing me to succeed in my life. My teachers help me understand what I need to do to improve. That one was a much more significant growth point. And then what we learn in school feels connected to life outside of school, and that's that relevance piece. And so the EES survey data doesn't necessarily capture what we were seeing in our school. And that's what's so hard about the qualitative, quantitative data, because the qualitative story of our school would show you that we have made exceptional gains and that our students are feeling so much more ownership, and they can talk about how they know what is expected. And we did a ton of work in the first PDSA cycle around rigor and access, and making sure all students had access to level 4, as well as being able to articulate how to get there. And that was part of this driving. This is part of students knowing where they're going and being able to measure their success. So we did see some improvement on the EES survey. And then the next slide, Andrew, please, is the engagement. Yes. And so I know what I'm learning. I know why I'm learning it. I know how to be a successful learner. This was the in-house survey. So we gave this in the fall, and then we gave it again midpoint in the year. And we had seen this, huge growth. So engagement levels were up 98.76%. And that was about students reporting that they are participating, investing, and driving their learning. And then the instructional ownership piece was from 83% to 90%. And that has to do with receiving instruction on how to do the learning. Instead of just what's the learning goal, they could articulate how they're going to get there, what moves they're doing. All right, so we did learn that the gains in instructional clarity, the relevance, the rigor, and the agency all proved to us that the work that we were doing last year did move the needle on this engagement and ownership piece. And we felt really proud of this work that we did in our PDSA cycles. We've also learned a lot about what we need to do this year. And so that's going to inform this year's SIP goals.
So in the next slide, we are really trying to triangulate the gap. The gap is student success. And so we've done some exercises this summer around looking at one student who didn't reach their goal and trying to look at what systems were not as strong to support that student. And so we have built goals in all 3 of these areas. So a goal around instruction, a goal around systems, and then a goal around culture to help triangulate that gap to kind of hedge up any sort of holes that students can fall through. So our first goal, like we just hinted at, is rigorous learning and literacy. So we are going to measure using iReady, Informed, previously diagnostic, and SBAC. So we are hoping that 90% of our students will either increase their iReady by 10 points and or their SBAC by 30 points. And then at the very bottom, you can see that this is a fairly rigorous because 47% of our students increased by 10 points last year. And 65% of our students increased their SBAC by 3 points. So this is more than double.
Can you say that one more time?
Yes. So 47% of students increase their iReady score by 10 points, and 65% of, 39% of our students increased by 30 points. And then overall, 65% of our students grew at least 1 point. So we're hoping, that by focusing on our tier 1 strategies and our vocabulary and our morphology, that we can see at least double the amount of growth in students.
All right. Oh, will you just go back one? Yeah, I just want to add one more thing to this, and that one of the things that we knew with our iReady scores is that we haven't put them in the grade book ever. Students have not seen iReady as a very significant measurement point. And we have done so much emphasis for students to understand that it's important for us as the teacher to know where they are, and then we will intervene. And we're supporting their learning with that diagnostic measurement. And then the spring diagnostic, we say this is going to set us up for next year. It's going to set us up for the high school. It's so important. And we're still seeing that kind of lack of buy-in on that iReady. And so we've decided that this year we're going to try also to utilize the grade book to have that score in the grade book so that families can see it there as well as students can see it there. And it's part of like what the elementary was saying, it's triangulating, it's saying SBAC score, iReady scores, and our classroom-based assessments will be part of that picture that families and students get to see.
Are they not taking it to that day evaluation? Is that the issue, or are they just not investing in it?
Seriously. Yeah, they're not. Speaking of screen time, for example, like some of our fastest iReady kids will be done in 2 minutes. So just thinking about like how we can get kids to take it seriously, because we have tried over the years to do it in different ways. We did it all in language arts classes. Like maybe it was the environment. Maybe it's just we need to get it over with. We'll do it in one big chunk. And then we found our greatest success in doing it in small chunks, which is very much like what the elementary does. So we did it in 20-minute chunks over the week. So we're going to continue on with that. And we also last year changed it to only taking the iReady twice. So just once in the fall and once in the spring, and skipping the winter, which we are also going to continue on this year. And thinking about like the balance between iReady and SBAC, and over testing our kids in the spring. So really being intentional with when it's happening. Some of our instructional moves.
And you have some other kids who are taking it 3 times.
We do have some kids who take it 3 times because we utilize that data, for example, for IEP goals or for focus. And the instructional time safeguards, I'll get to more in this next goal, but I just want to touch on it here and say that ready to learn, and that the significance of instructional time, especially at middle school when we're dealing with such shortened periods of time that each teacher gets with a student. And so if we have students leaving to use the restroom, or their iPad is dead and they need to go to the business center, they have all of these reasons to leave class, along with kind of behavioral executive functioning challenges. And so we are facing, how do we increase the motivation to stay in class? And so we've done some instructional time safeguards with our MTSS system, which we'll share with the next goal, but that explains a little bit of that. Ready to learn piece. Okay, so this goal is a lofty one, but it actually began last year. Even though it wasn't a SIP goal, it emerged as a priority. We recognized that we had so much focus on learning and student engagement, and teachers were saying, well, what do I do about this kid and this kid and this kid and this kid and this kid who are not getting it? And sometimes it was an executive functioning situation. Sometimes it was a social emotional skill gap that had to do with emotional regulation or impulse control. And so we started to recognize that we needed more intervention to support what students needed in order to really hit these achievement goals. So we implemented something last year. It started off as well. I mean, it was implemented last year in the beginning of the year, called Office Information Form. We call it the OIC. I don't know. When I started last year as interim, one of the things that I really needed clarity on was who is supporting and what are the supports and what is the outcome of that support. And so with the technology team's partnership, we created a new system that's automated, and it's a progressive consequence system, but it really is a progressive intervention system. And so what it does is a student will, have something like their iPad out in front of them, and they're not using it the way the teacher wants them to instructionally. And then the student used to be told, you know, get back on task with it. You can put your iPad away, you can do a reset, but every classroom was a little bit different. So we really shored up tier 1 strategies and said all iPads you need to be used instructionally. And if there's a violation to that expectation, then it will be OIFed. The teacher submits an OIF and it emails the student and says you received violation 1 for the OIF. Anyway, so we have violation 1, 2, 3, each step in the progression sends a different consequence, but ultimately gives an intervention opportunity. So first time students aren't really getting an intervention, it's more of a reteach. The second one, and this applies to most of the behavior incidents in our school, the second one will get another intervention alert. And so we have the counseling team, the admin team, and we have the dean and security that we're all working together to support students as we are increasing this ready to learn, respectful behavior, and being responsible in our school. So this summer, we've really reworked it to be this goal, which is MTSS and culture. It is a systems level goal, but it is also very culture based. So it's about celebrating the successes, because last year was all about reporting where there are gaps. And this year we want to partner more with families and get that celebration going and really bring that positive morale up. So we have our new goal, which is by June of 2027, students, parents, and staff will respond favorably to the ES survey prompts. Are really low, 35% reported. The families reported, I am encouraged to collaborate with my students' teachers about my students' learning. They feel very encouraged at IMS to collaborate, and we're taking that input and it's guiding a lot of what we're doing now with the 5-to-1 Gator Greatness WAVE system. Students reported 60% of them said that student success is celebrated in the school. We could do a lot better. 60%. We don't like the sixes in the well, can't do something about that. And then staff said that we have a system for celebrating student success. They said 73% of them were like, yeah, we have that, but we could do better. So this is our new improvement layer to our OIF system, and we are going to have a school-wide goal of 5-to-1. So we want every student to receive 5 positives. This is reinforcing that they were ready to learn, reinforcing that they were respectful to the community, to themselves, teacher, all of that, and then responsible. And the responsible has to do with more than just executive functioning. It has to do with those peer relationships, and we're really honing in on the OSPI SEL Washington standards, which is a district-wide focus this year. So that's going to be layered in there. So there's going to be an automatic family email, which will spark collaboration positively. There will be a student email where there's direct high five alerts. So that automatic email will go to the student. It's like a, hey, great job today. And it will not be something that the teacher has to type out for every single student. It will be a button to click and it will automatically send. So it's not going to be as burdensome on the administrative side. And then we have the staff email, which will make sure that teachers recognize that they are working towards this goal. And we will have a dashboard that gives us that data so we can follow along and make sure that we're supporting from a systems level to meet this goal. And we're just seeing that the impact will be that fostering belonging, and that we're really looking at the barriers that keep us from reaching families and students to make sure that they are learning, thriving, growing in all senses, which is a big piece.
I just say, I mean, this is great. I think I'm excited to see that I met here. And I love your response to the ES data. And I also acknowledge that you talked about the ES data, but because so many people are responding, all those people are likely to be upset, right? That those numbers are going to be lower. But I just think you should be for what the culture at IMS and all the work that's gone into Gator Time and executive functioning work that you're doing and like, I'm just proud of you guys. I'm so excited. So
Stephanie.
I know. Really, yeah. And I mean, I pulled my child out of a private school out of Hamlin to put him in IMS this year because I believe in you guys. Just doing the work that you're doing. Just want to.
Well, just wait for all those dear greatness emails here.
Send one right now. Yeah.
One of the sort of, and this is a more anecdotal point I've experienced it in my own life, for kids that are at the middle school that are getting threes, not good with executive functioning, they really struggle as high school freshmen. How are you guys helping to sort of identify those kids and manage those questions? Because, right, the families see threes on the report card, they're like, oh, my kid is doing great. Not turning in homework as well as they should, not really learning to interact with their teachers as well as they should have, like, oh, I need to get this turned in, or I have a conflict, I'm out of town, I need to reschedule this test. And then when they get to high school, they really flail in that first semester. How are you working to identify and support those kids to make sure they have those skills as they're getting to high school?
Yeah, that's a good, and that's something that we are, actively partnering with the high school on, is figuring out what are those executive functioning things. And we also have an inside person now. So we just hired a language arts eighth grade teacher who was at the high school for the end of last year. And she has so many insights because she was teaching ninth grade language arts. And so she has this information of like, what was missing? What were the things that I had to reteach my classes? And so we are targeting those executive functionings on how do I email a teacher asking for help? Like, what is the subject line even for? How do I organize for 7th and 8th graders who aren't getting planners this year? We are going to be doing Gator Time lessons around organization. We're going to be talking with our teachers around having a grade level expectation on what Schoology should look like so that our students can navigate it better, parents can navigate it better. And so really shoring up these executive functioning details while having this knowledge from the high school of what are the gaps? What can we do better? And then we're also collaborating with the high school on homework policies. So thinking about for our 8th graders who are going to be expected to turn in homework in a reasonable amount of time, what that looks like for our 8th graders on our practice work and things like that. So it's really about partnerships and our inside knowledge that we've gained from one of our hires. And then just this really baseline tier 1 executive functioning work that we're doing full school, because we did talk to the elementaries about what are some things that we saw gaps. And then we talked to the high school about what they see as gaps, because we're the middleman and we're trying to figure out like, how do we raise everyone up? So it's really just about those partnerships.
I would also say we too have an insider. So just like staff member went from the high school to middle school, we got an administrator from the middle school to the high school. And so one of the things that Becky did when she came is part of our during advisory group inquiry was about that whole transition, about the executive functioning piece. And what does that transition from 8 to 9 look like? Becky then dove in. She spent a bunch of time surveying students down in the commons during lunch supervision with freshmen, and then did a freshman survey about what are the skills that you need, because it's 2 parts, right? Yes, there is an element to the middle school addressing it, but it's also there's an element of the high school addressing it. And so as kids transition, it's both of our responsibilities. And so we've got Becky, who has the experience with middle school, to tell us what it's like. And then we're able to navigate. We do have a 9th grade late work policy that's being implemented this year universally across all 9th grade classes. We're sharing that with the middle school so that 8th grade teachers can then, perhaps gradually work towards that as they get to the end of their 8th grade year. So there are lots of things happening, and we do have some great back and forth with staff members who are now have experienced both buildings to understand.
Can you explain a little bit about what you're doing with the 6th graders and planners?
Yeah, so our 6th graders will have planners, paper planners that they are going to be using. to track assignments and whatnot. And all of that is going to be taught in all of their classes. So all sixth grade teachers are going to be expected to be using the same sort of method of how to show assignments on the board so that sixth graders don't have to go to like, oh, I have to learn a different method in math than I do in science. And then all of our sixth grade social studies teachers are going to be using the SMARTS executive functioning curriculum for the first weeks of school to really target those executive functioning skills that we need to bolster in our sixth grade students. And then whole school, we're going to be doing cater type lessons.
Yeah, and it speaks to your point, Director Bradley, about the eighth graders being ready. And it's really, we see it as a sixth graders to seventh grade to eighth grade, and that we are continuing to have this as, you know, a continuous threat. This executive functioning piece is such a missing link that we are focused on tier one, and it's starting sixth grade with the planners, but it's going to continue to go each year. So these are new steps.
So our third and final goal is safe spaces and belonging. So just like we were just looking at ES data, this is some ES data that we really wanted to target this year around safe spaces and belonging for staff, students, and families. Much like Megan had pointed out in their data, our data around schools engaging in difficult conversations about race, gender, and oppression was fairly low, especially with our staff, 58%. And then staff saying that they received training on instruction to support social and emotional learning was at 48%. There's a willingness to address conflict was at 61%, and then our students saying that most students are respectful to others was at 55%. And so these are great areas for us to target, and we're going to target it by looking at our staff and bringing them together in relationship circles. So our relationship circles are going to be the beginning of our district directed type, and that's where we are going to be working with our staff on these things, like how do you talk to your class about race, gender, and oppression, or giving a social emotional lesson. And then that's going to be the time where we are going to be checking in with staff and doing some informal data checks of saying like, okay, raise your hand if you did an SEL lesson. And then our counselors who are leading the groups are going to write down, okay, 10 people did the lesson this week. And so that's how we're going to do the tracking for this, as well as the ES survey data in
And relationship circles were something that we did 3 years ago, and it was really successful, and staff wanted it back. And because of different priorities, we didn't have it in our professional development time. And we think that by, you know, especially Katie, this is our first year together in the admin leadership team. And so we really want to emphasize relationships, and we want to ensure that our staff recognizes that we see all the parts of, you know, what makes them a great teacher is feeling competent. And if they know, like Director Tucker said about, you know, being able to address conflict when it comes up, and they have, here's the 2 things I can grab, that's something they'll learn in that relationship circle, instead of where it's been last year was just living in interventions. And it was just living in a space of, once it gets to a verbal harassment or peer conflict level, that is when you will get that intervention. But how to do it just tier 1 throughout the school. So the relationship circles will really support that.
And it's going to be very like driven by the time of year. So, you know, we go through phases of this is the need in the fall versus this is the need in the winter. And so thinking about morale, you know, in the morale dips. Thinking about ongoing checking in with our counselors and checking in with our leadership team to think about what does your team need in this moment, to then work on what our relationship circle time is going to be that week. Is it going to be really focused on like bringing us together, resetting class expectations? So it's going to be ongoing.
Also known for the next 20 years that I have.
We're on a crazy contract.
Retiring contract.
I heard it's on the way.
I just wanted to ask if the Eater Time programs are continuing this year, because that has just been fantastic. I think in particular, like the combination of fun activities to do at Eater Time, but also kids being able to get help with a little bit of writing, without the stigma. You know, you're not being pulled out of class, you're not being held back. Othered in any way, it's just like, oh, this is what I'm doing for Eater Time today.
100%. I mean, Gator Time was a roaring success last year, and that like tier 2 and tier 3 intervention time for our students. And that's kind of what we modeled the OIF off of this year, is because Gator Time connection time, it was so normalized. Every student got pulled for connection time. And it was, you know, I need help on my math. I need extension in science. And so we're hoping that OIF can be the same thing this year, because they ended up turning on each other last year and being like, I'm going to point at you.
I'm gonna tell on you, you'll get annoyed. Yeah.
And
Careful, or you're gonna get annoyed.
we're hoping to, you know, normalize it too, like we did Gator Time. But yes, we're actually launching Gator Time earlier this year because the systems are already built. And really, we just have to teach our 6th graders how to use the Flex system. But our teachers know how to use it. Our classified staff know how to do it. And so we're going to start it the 2nd week of school. Just launch into it because it was so successful and it's so necessary for that intervention.
Yeah, Denise Thomas is still leading that.
Question that's not related to schools. It's not necessarily something I can answer to right now, but I'm curious, I'm wondering, as far as math pathways go, are the pathways in middle school, that's the 7th, 8th combined? Math and 7th, 8th.
Yeah, math 2 3.
Yeah, I'm wondering, are you tracking success with that? Because, I mean, even with my own personal experience, when I worked with there's a number of other middle school parents who are having this, they're seeing that their kids that took the 7th, 8th grade math are not as solid as they wanted when they get to algebra. And I think almost working more with parents, so maybe it's a combination. I mean, I don't know what if there's other dynamics or executive functioning or other things, you know, because that's also true. Maybe 7th, 8th in 1 year requires a lot of executive functions. That's a lot. That's just a lot to learn in 1 year. So I'm gonna be curious going forward if there's a way to sort of track how those kids did in algebra and
No, and that's something great that we can really look into and start tracking. And we have a new algebra teacher this year, and we taught at the high school last year. And so thinking about how he views it as like their readiness for algebra, because math 2 3 is 7th and 8th grade combined, but really it's trimester 3 is all of those pre-algebra skills squished into one trimester. So it'll be interesting to look at like what was their pre-algebra readiness.
I anticipate that being part of the conversation with the math committee too. I know we've heard some teachers say, is 2 3 the right combination, or is a 1 2 the right combination? So it's definitely ongoing.
All right. So as you mentioned, Nick is currently unavailable, probably playing his son to a very special activity. So we are holding on to. When we look at our circles from last year, we really had 3 goals. The first was that we would have 100% of our staff trained in CRE. So this was from Dr. Denny. He came in, it's a culturally responsive teaching. He thinks rigor and responsiveness is his focus. It's a 3-day intensive. We had about 26, 27% of our staff had completed it in the 2 years prior. And we were hoping to get all staff. We had a big grant from our PTSA to support the work. We were trying to get 100% of our staff trained in CRE last year. So the goal was to ensure that 100% of our common courses had aligned prioritized standards for syllabi and expectations, and we established a universal late work policy. And I'll get to that for 9th grade in just a minute. The goal was to reduce by 25% the number of T's and F's earned by students who receive services, so tier 2 and tier 3 services. So those are students who receive 504 services, IEP services, and MLL services. So we wanted to reduce the number of those students receiving D's and F's. And we did that through a focus on tier 1 support. So these are research-based high leverage practices. Middle school did PDSA, Stand Do Study Act cycles. We did learning cycles where staff had the opportunity to choose the group, students or student, that they were focusing on. They learned new strategies, they implemented it, they tracked the data, and then shared their results. So we did those cycles 3 times a month. We did. So our first goal, unfortunately, we did not meet. We received some significant pushback from our MIEA partners because of asking staff to be out of the classroom for 3 days. So that was something that we did not. We ended up running 1 cohort last year as opposed to the 3 we wanted to get to. So we have revised and rethought about how we're going to embed. We still believe in the CRE tenants. We believe in that need to be responsive and rigorous in the work that we do and all the lessons we do with students. We're just going to embed it differently instead of asking teachers to be out of the classroom for 3 days. So we heard that. We're making an adjustment. We will continue in a different way, just without that intensive workshop.
Can I ask you, do you have a sense of whether the staff as individuals would be interested in this training?
Yes. So we had a number of staff who once we were no longer able to offer it, who were really disappointed in doing it. I will also say Dr. Yummy pulled out of doing the training with us because of some of this tension, and he wanted to only be there for people who wanted to be there. He also, at a state level, pulled out from the state in doing it because there was conflict. So it was multifaceted in the reasons. We did have staff who loved doing it. We had staff who went to the training twice because they felt so strongly about it. We had staff who were disappointed they couldn't do it, but they're excited about finding ways to engage moving forward.
That's good. Yeah, I was really disappointed at the time when that.
Lots of lessons there. So our second goal we did achieve. We did get 100% alignment with common courses with prioritized standards, so that if you are in a 10th grade history class, no matter who your teacher is, you're focused on the same standards. The expectations are the same in both courses. It's not that one of them is going to be heavily project-based and the other one's going to be test-based. It's really trying to find that parity so that no matter who the teacher is, although teachers have their autonomy and their different strategies and approaches, that the expectation is that the courses would be the same course. Additionally, we did establish a universal 9th grade late work policy. Again, this was in work in coordination with our CAC, our cabinet, an entire subcommittee working to establish what is it going to be that stair step, right? We don't want to necessarily have it the entirety of high school because we're trying to launch them when they graduate to be, self-sufficient citizens of the world, able to enter whatever their next adventure is. But they do need that stair stepping. And so most of our missing assignments, our data reported that those came from 9th graders, disproportionately from other grades. And so we looked at the research and the data supporting how to help 9th graders, and that's where we came up with our universal labor policy that will be implemented this year. Oh, it is. It's more than just a sentence. So it's I can send it to you. You can see it, but it's not. It's going to take some explanation. There's a grace period of time. There's a certain amount students have within a given unit. They can turn in that work, and then at a certain point, there's a penalty for that work to promote it. So it
will be only for 9th graders.
It's only for 9th graders.
This is that mean that the work days is there.
So there are still differences in, so it's not universal. Everybody's got something, but it's not.
Oh, it's our 9th grade teacher for the grades. Okay.
But like courses are the same. And then our third, it gets our shining gold star. Our third goal of reducing our DNF rates for students receiving tier 2 and tier 3 services. Our goal target was reduced by 25%. We actually hit that by 34%. And we saw the most growth areas in our students receiving 504 services and our students receiving AP services. The area that did not grow as much, in fact, had a little bit of a dip overall, was our ML population. And to put it in perspective, it's because of 2 students. So 2 students, like the numbers that we're talking about, we know the story of the students. 2 students had some significant challenges. And as a result, we know them. We've got all kinds of interventions and supports that are leading them into this coming year. But they had some significant struggles last year. So when we're talking about, making change and reducing our D's and F's, like our N is so small that we know the student by name, by skills, by gaps, by all things. So we're excited about that data. And we'll talk a little bit about the things we would.
Jimmy, actually, if you go back to the last one, talk about what we learned from these outcomes. And I'm going to start at the bottom because I think it's really important to kind of a lot of the work that we're doing as a building in terms of belonging. And as Jamie's mentioning, population groups, or a couple of those students really implementing those results. That really is shifting our focus to all means all, and shifting away from the performance based on the back end, and really kind of focusing more on the process and how do we capture those kids earlier. How do we identify them? How do we step in and provide the support that they need to get to that end result? So that's something we'll see as we're going through. That's kind of the focus on one of the things. In terms of the course alignment, I'm excited about this goal because this work it's ongoing. It's continual. We're never going to be done with this work. It's going to be something that we're going to need to continue to revisit. So as we shape that, certainly focusing on 9th grade in terms of ELA classes in particular this year, our math classes are well underway. Taking a look and learning from their progress too, and how can we apply that to ELA and then also to other departments down the line. I think that's going to be not just for this year, but ongoing work that we're taking a look at. And then the final one there, the one we started off with, the one that we didn't really hit. I think that's probably our biggest learning is that we need to bring more people into the conversation and be better partners with our staff. To take a look at how do we include student voice in that, how do we include parent voice in that. And as we are thinking about what it is that we're doing for this year, I think it really dovetails into the work last year to propel us into the following years as well, where we're continuing to take a look at our process and PD plan for the year and really integrate those beliefs that we really see from Dr. Yemi really speaks about. And while we won't have Dr. Yemi to guide us through that, that work doesn't go away. And us focusing on the 4 B's, one in particular being belonging this year, I think we're going to see that come through in a lot.
And can you want to add from this slide? So our school is in a slightly different place than other schools. We've actually written our systems and we've done the time. So because of what happened with CRA, because of the Dr. Yemi situation, we had the opportunity then to work with our MIE partners, with our building reps, with our cabinet, with our whole staff, with our student groups, and figure out what was it so that we could get the buy-in, so we could have everybody engaged and involved to say, yes, this is what we are committed to going forward. So what we're going to present now is actually, we've already gone through this process. We are finalized in what we're covering and the PD plan, the SIP plan that we're moving forward with next year, with the partnership based on what from last year. So this graphic, we have 2 areas of focus this year. This graphic, hopefully this is our logo for the year. This represents the 2 things we're focusing on. We're focusing on academic untrustedness, and we'll talk about how that fits in and kind of dovetails with the focus on the reduction of the D's and F's, the students receiving services, and how we've expanded it to include all students, so that we're all as much. And then a significant focus on belonging of staff feeling connected to each other, belonging of students feeling connected to the school, to each other, and then really digging in, as we're very publicly aware of some of the things that happened last year. both in a student safety, sexual misconduct component, but also tragedy. And so we've got a lot of things that we need to bolster, connections that we need to make, to bring everybody back into the fold, to feel like all others. So this is our logo. You'll see it on all of our slides moving forward. And so we also can't talk about our step next year without talking about PD. One of our goals last year was specifically focused on PD and the training. And because we fell short in that area, we don't see the two as being disconnected. And so we want to talk to you a little bit about how we're going to achieve these SIP goals through our PD. So how did we arrive here? This is just a snapshot of all the different things we took into consideration when focusing on narrowing down the focus to academic on-trackedness and belonging. We looked at the EDS surveys. We looked at the Healthy Youth survey. We looked at exit slips and staff feedback from every single PD that we offered all year. So every session, we got tons of information and data back. We responded and adjusted at every session last year, and then we used that to plan for this year. We took a day out of school, if you recall, on November 10th. We did a day of reflection. We got a lot of feedback and input from our staff on that day. Following that day, we met with students in small groups and individually. We met with entire classes and grades. And so we had a lot of student feedback. We had Brody and a teacher and a couple other students 2 years ago had created a student belonging survey. We've taken that information. We're now going to tweak that, make it applicable to all students so that along the way this year, we have opportunities for touch points to see how we're doing in our belonging. But that was student generated. Student input, talking to board reps, leadership classes, focus groups. We met with our cabinet multiple times to talk about this. We would bring ideas, we would get feedback. They had subgroups that gave us input. We have attendance data we'll speak to in a little bit. We tracked that to look and see how are we doing. We think that attendance is a proxy for engagement and students feeling like they belong. So if we can improve our attendance, that will indicate to us a greater sense of belonging. We looked at last year's SIP data. We have been working with Dr. Tammy Campbell, who is the originator of the 4 Bs that we've kind of adopted as a school district. Those 4 Bs really resonate with our staff. So we have partnered with her for this coming year to come in and spend some more time at our kickoff on August 20th. And then periodically throughout the year, we've given her our SIP goals. We've talked to her about our plans and gotten her feedback and input to help shape that so that it is aligning our academic belonging, academic on-trackedness and belonging are both vetted through her. We've gotten feedback and inputs from our entire staff that we did on the 18th, making sure that we have touched every single possible avenue or constituent, making sure that what we're doing moving forward resonates and messes with it. And then just in order to meet the district needs, the strategic plan, the need to have both an academic goal and an SEL goal as foci as we move forward. So that's how we arrived at our academic on-trackedness and belonging.
And how we'll achieve this is first looking back on last year. So in 25-26, we focused our professional development in 3 learning cycles, really around the tier 1 strategies. And as many of our colleagues, elementary and middle school, have said, that once you start something, if you just constantly switch to something new every year, then you're not really fully mastering that, fully going in depth. So we wanted to make sure that we were continuing our work with the tier 1 strategies and really focusing on that instructional piece. However, looking at our goal, we're a pretty lofty goal. So what we've decided to do is double our professional development time. And how we're doing that is we are continuing with the professional development meetings. We've kind of broken it out into, we call them the PD meetings and our staff meetings. So our PD meetings is where we're doing the tier 1, the instructional, the on-trackedness, that side. And then our staff meetings is where we're going to focus on the belonging. It's that safety, physical, emotional belonging. It's how our staff feeling like they belong. How are our students feeling like they belong? And we really meant belonging. So what we did, I know 0 teachers that we're wearing. We haven't had teachers of a high school in 12 years. And so here we are saying all of our staff are going to have a t-shirt when they arrive, and we are going to promote it on Fridays. And with our staff meetings, typically our professional development in the past has been focused on our certificated staff. And we sent out a video and made it really clear last June that
all means all, and you are all part of the Mercer Island High School staff, including classified. And so we're encouraging classified to come, and we send out a calendar that shows when we're having all of these. And so when we talk about our staff meetings and belonging, we're talking about everyone from our security liaison to our any of the paraeducators to our attendants. We want all staff to feel like they belong, and we want all students to feel like they belong. So yes, doubling may have been a little bit of shock for some, but we tried to explain our why. And so far, we've had some positive feedback from our staff saying that they're bought into this, especially after the rough year that we had last year. So we're ready and focused forward. And then this is how we are laying out our professional development, really focusing on that belonging. So that first quarter, so we broke it out into 4 quarters. The first quarter, everyone will be focusing on the belonging, so the relationships, trust, again, safety, both physical and emotional, and everyone's doing belonging. And then the rest of the year, so quarters 2, 3, and 4, we are going to provide opportunity for choice. We got lots of feedback from our staff last year who did the learning cycles with the tier 1 that they appreciated for themselves, figuring out where they need to work on, where they want to either have a high interest or an area of growth. And so quarters 2, 3, and 4, they're going to focus on the other 3 P's. So belief, broadcasting, and moving their nose, and they get to choose. That way it's a little bit more choice, but we're still focusing on all of the work.
I think something too to add, just so you understand what tier 1 high leverage research-based strategies we're talking about. Some examples of things where teachers are choosing which learning to engage in, which new learning to try, are things like multiple modes of assessment. So it's, instead of just giving one test, what are the different ways in which you can do it? Flexible grouping. So much like our colleagues at the other levels talked about the ability to go in and out of different groups based on where somebody is. So how might you in a high school classroom designate flexible grouping to be a strategy that you use in order to meet students where they are? There's communications, there's scaffolding and support. So how to build in structures and things from the front end of assignments and projects so that students have those skills up front and you're not just expecting them to have them. So those are just a couple of tangible things of what types of tier 1 strategies we're talking about. They are research-based, they're high leverage practices. They're things that we're covering across the district, but then trying to use it through the lens and practice them and implement them at the high school level.
Could you explain to me what is professional development? And the first is virtual, and that was I'm just curious with
it's after school. So for us, it's on Thursdays. It's a 90-minute session. I can walk you through like what it looked like last year. So last year on a learn day, so we had a learn day and a reflect day. And in between those 2 days, there was the implementation. So on the learn day, all staff come together. We're actually in a giant block classroom. Because the focus is learning and we're talking about classroom strategies. We're in a classroom, we do an intro activity, we explain the day, we remind teachers they have a workbook that is slipped to them in advance. So in advance, they get an outline of the day's events, they get an outline of the different strategies. So last year we had 5 strategies each time the staff could choose from. They then think about the students that they're wanting to impact, that they need to show some growth in. They pick the strategy that they want to learn. We then split into groups. When we go into each of those 5 other classrooms, those are led by an administrator, instructional coaches, and then we've got teacher partners who come in and they talk about how they've already been leveraging that practice in their classroom. So they're learning from peers. We've got a robust tip sheet. That tip sheet talks about what the strategy is. It's effect size from John Hattie and the meta-analysis of why it's high leverage practice. We provide the research for that practice. We have tech tips on how that strategy, technology will support the implementation of that strategy. We've got articles, videos, podcasts that then staff can learn. So I want to learn more about flexible grouping. I can watch a video. I can listen to a podcast. I can read an article. I can do my learning. Then I think about how I might implement it. We've got a workbook, an electronic workbook, where they're then thinking about how might I use this strategy? What's something that I want to solve in my classroom? And how am I going to use this strategy to help improve this? What's my goal? They set a goal, an intention. They figure out who they might need to partner with in order to do that. And then they've got a month to implement. They can get support from an administrator, an instructional coach, a colleague, and then they're trying this new strategy in their classroom. And they're looking to see what positive or negative effect it has in their instruction and on student learning. Then at the end of the month, they come back together. They meet in small groups and they discuss the strategy they used, the process, the challenges, the successes, and they share ways in which other colleagues could implement that to find potentially some success.
One thing I think might be important too to mention is even as I'm sitting listening to Jamie and I live this world, it sounds like a lot. But I think it's also important to recognize that we're also encouraging our staff members for this to be something that they're doing with the work that they're already doing in their evaluation process, the goals that they're working on in terms of this. So it's not in addition to, it's along with. So just wanted to make sure that we're.
I do wanna mention that I do love that you're thinking about belonging towards that. With the conversation that I had, particularly with elementary teachers and high school teachers, that the toll was high emotionally in terms of mental health, the pressure from the community to parents to the school, teachers. So I think that belonging for students is important, but belonging for students a lot, and we care about that.
So I was going to say, I think it's, it's great that you're doing that. It's building sense of belonging for students and stuff.
What a great segue.
So focusing back on our little symbol of the heart, and we have the academic on trackness and then the belonging side, and kind of we say it's a great segue because we talk about the why. And I know Jamie kind of briefly touched on this earlier, but our ES survey shows that 76% of the students feel a sense of belonging, either always or almost always. And as much as you can look at that and go, well, that's good, that's quite a few students, that's not enough. That's not what we want. So that definitely shows us as an area to improve on. And then I know that Jamie also mentioned that we had the student generated belonging survey, and we actually took that and sent it out last spring. So we have that data as well that again, just reconfirms that it's a year that we really need to focus on belonging for everyone at the high school. And so that's kind of what we're doing.
Yeah, and one of those pieces is certainly attendance. It's a focus certainly from the state, but also within the district. This is process of looking at. I'm going to preface this by saying one of the issues with attendance is the traditional tracking of it is it's always a lagging indicator. So it's all the data that we get is typically behind. One thing last year in learning persistent, it was the first year for me in the district, is kind of building systems and structures to try to circumnavigate that lagging issue. So I've been working a lot with Play, our ITC in the building, and taking a look at more real-time data to report. Also working with Kate Halter, our attendance liaison, who is a great resource for us, not just for staff members, but also for kids. She tends to get to know every blessed kid in the halls because they're all coming by. We're she said, when I need to know something, she's the one to go and ask about a kid. So we have really worked hard last year in kind of building the structure of the system. I feel really good about where we're at in this moment to be able to set that in motion coming out of the gate here in August. And so one of the things that we're certainly looking at are risk indicators, and that's kind of where Clay is coming in and notifying us in real time about concerns that we may have. Because this is also a good indicator of, okay, what's the root problem? If a kid isn't attending class, there's reasons behind it. So we need to get to know that story. If we're talking about all means all, we get to find those kids and identify them early and make connections.
If I can just add on
Sure.
to that, where we defy the odds a little bit is that the impact on GPA isn't always where we see that impact on those students. Other school districts, they do correlations around passing classes or whatnot. That's why it's falling under belonging for us, because we're worried about those kids feeling a sense of connection to the school, not just their academics, but that whole child piece. So that's where you'll see a lot of stuff in the press that defies this, and it's because we have a different problem.
Are you differentiating that, sorry, about like students who are absent because of, like class activities that take them away from the school, like and kids or robot kids or whatever?
Yeah, that wouldn't fall into this. So that's a good section. So this is typically what we're mostly focused on. Quite honestly, is usually unexcused absences immediately. Not to say that excessive excused absences aren't also a problem, but we would typically be concerned with folks that are going off to do, whether it's a sporting event, banquet, or school-related issues or activities. That's not. Sorry?
If someone has an extended illness, I assume that's excused, so that's not the problem.
It is, and that usually creates a different alert for us, and there's different reasonings or ways to include that.
I guess with regard to that 314 number, does that include, I would assume that would include.
Yeah.
And remembering that what's the category? It's mental health is considered an excused absence or two. So not just physical sickness too. So.
Back to Brent's point, part of Brent's point around connectedness or belonging in terms of attendance. A lot of the conversations I was having with kids last year too is because, and families probably have this perception too, is that my kid is achieving well, or I'm doing well in this class. It's not a big deal that I'm not there. However, research also demonstrates that it's not just impacting the student that's gone. It's impacting also the kids that are remaining in the group, that they don't have access to that student's insights to the lesson, or that chance to connect or collaborate around the classwork that they're doing. So for us, my focus on attendance is, hey, we got you scheduled for a class, you're supposed to be there. There's reasons for it, and while we may not necessarily understand or agree with all those reasons in the moment, we're looking at this holistically and long term. So our goal is to get teachers involved, to get Kate and whoever the attendance liaison is, counselors, and certainly administrators. We're looking to have more opportunities for folks in the building, adults in the building, to connect with those kids and really kind of determine what is that barrier that's keeping them.
And with those connections, we want those connections kids to make them feel that they belong, that they have a place, a positive place to be. Some areas, like more specific to Mercer Island, would be like our open enrollment. We do have, a larger group of kids that are entering high school for the first time, not only for the first time, but also from another area completely. While many of our kids have grown up in this environment, they've grown up with like a rich tradition of what it means to be a Mercer Island student. New students might not have that. So we want to help work with staff to identify ways where we can support those students. In sports, I can think of one. Many of our booster clubs have, instead of giving off-island students, their Mercer Island water polo player lives here, stick in their yard, they find their address and they drive to wherever that student's at, and they surprise them with that in the morning. There's like 40 in their yard. So we're trying to find ways to outreach and those new students that are coming to our school. Then transition is obviously a very important part in feeling like you're belonging to a community in high school. So identifying those kids, giving them all the support that they can so they can navigate the new environment and find their place. Our issues with student safety last year, it obviously created a lot of stress and a lot of fear, and people want to feel like that they belong. We feel like making them feel like they belong will have a positive correlation to being able to talk to a trusted staff member, maybe
more vocal, be more encouraged to speak up when they feel like something may be okay, or they have a concern. And then just general student well-being. Students that feel like they belong, they feel happier, they feel like they're a part of something, will be better positioned to engage in athletics, in school clubs, in the classroom, and just general.
So we can just go back to attendance really quickly. I just wanted, because I know we're going to be hearing from families who are like, order of students, you know, like this huge amount. And I just wanted to clarify that, like, I just Googled it and that's better than the average in Washington State. So just to set some context, like overall in Washington State post-pandemic, attendance rates have been improving, but it's still like 26% of students statewide. So just we're not like at
Yeah, and also to that point, also neighboring districts were ranking too, and then we could even get into specific schools where we're near the top there as well.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry.
I had a question for the students who feel like they do not belong. Are there some common themes from those students, such as they don't participate in any co-curricular activities? Commonalities for those students that don't feel like they.
Not that we have data on specifically, that might be a question we add to the student belonging survey to find out what we might need to add.
We did do some work, both with Seattle U last year and then internally looking at the number of data sets looking for disproportionality along race and ethnicity. And that isn't necessarily, nothing is standing out there in terms of the belonging questions that come through at the high school. In fact, some of our race ethnicity categories were actually, some of our subgroups were actually higher than other groups. So.
We are hoping to use some of the data that help us identify belonging as the need to then use it to monitor our progress. So the EES survey, student generated surveys, staff and student focus groups, our absentee data, as well as the staff are going through those learning cycles and really getting information and data from that as well. We're trying to pull from a variety of sources since help us identify this huge need.
Other things that we're looking at the EES data and our student generated surveys for number of students reporting a strong sense of belonging. We're looking at, so EES asked a question about at least one adult feeling a strong connection to at least one adult. We found that language problematic when talking to our staff, especially at our cabinet. They were like, well, duh, isn't that a problem that we've had at school when we have one adult and that one adult establishes a relationship with a student and now all of a sudden they're in an office by themselves or there's something happening. We want there to be multiple adults. We don't want a student to feel like there is only one adult and that one adult has too much undue pressure over a student. So we're changing the language in the survey we do to say 3 adults. We want a student to feel like there are at least 3 people in a staff of 127 people. There can be 3 people that they can get to. We're also looking at the rates of chronic absenteeism, as I said, as a proxy for belonging. And then percentage of students participating in clubs, athletics, school-based activities. So that gets a little bit to your point, Director Bradley, about, are you seeing why they're not belonging? We might ask that question in particular, but we're also looking at participation rates, especially unduplicated participation rates. And then we're also going to be implementing student focus groups. So we had the opportunity last year, unfortunately, following the series of events and things that occurred, to meet with student groups and students coming in individually. And so we really want to implement focus groups to not just rely on survey data, but to get questions and not just be our heavy hitters where we go to our student senate consistently, our student ASB leadership class consistently, but really try to pull in other students and get student voice through focus groups. So those are all the ways in which we're going to be monitoring belonging.
All of that is long of the center. There's a school. By June 27, Mercer Island High School will increase the number of students who report a strong sense of belonging and connection to school from 7 out of 10 to 9 out of 10 students, lead by student survey data and supported by attendance, engagement, and quality. Now, also one of the things I wanted to point out is, much like we've heard some language around shifting from percentages to actual students, to make it real, to make it tangible. We should know the names of our kids that are not in this, that we're in terms of meeting these metrics. So I think that's really a focus that we just kind of shifted our language a little bit around making it more student-centered. So I think that also will instill a sense of belonging, not just among students, but among staff.
I like that you're doing that. It really talks about talking about focusing on future students because it's easy to feel lost in the high school, right? So many students.
And nobody wants to feel like a number. Students and our staff to feel like, yeah, we see you, you matter. We want you here. We want you. So that's cool.
And two, when you see a graphic like this, when we go to our staff, we say, okay, which 3 students are you okay not letting them do anything wrong? Which students are you okay not helping them move towards their contract in school, right? It's really hard. If you say like, I'm going to increase by 1%, you don't know how many kids that's impacting. But if we say, tell me which of your kids, we feel like there's a personal connection.
Athletic activities, as you guys all know, is very huge in Mercer Island. We love our athletics. We love our activities. With over 53 teams comes a lot of coaches. So at the high school, we have over 120 coaches that work with our kids on a yearly basis. Out of those 120 coaches, only about 10 to 12 of them actually work in our building at high school. So we have a lot of coaches, which is pretty normal for us on the west side of the state. Most of our coaches are coming from outside of our buildings. How we're trying to instill a sense of belonging and make sure that they understand that that's a focus. We're putting in dedicated coaching education opportunities for them that we're doing before each season. So before each season happens, we have coaches education training, and a part of that, we're going to have shared language, shared training for a sense of belonging. Before, it was implicit. Most coaches, we feel like they want to create belonging on a team to have future success. But now we're going to kind of share practices, what other coaches are doing, and where successes, are happening across our programs and areas of improvement. So trying to link them over to have more similarity across programs. We also love our clubs and activities. Last year we had over 80 clubs, just clubs and activities at the high school. But we know all of these students are participating, but we don't really know at what capacity. So while we might have, Key Club, robotics, LaCroix Club, Taylor Swift Club, whatever these clubs are, we really don't know how many students are really actively taking a part of these things in a way that we can easily digest that information. So this year, we have implemented that we will put all of our club activities on final forms as well. So we'll be able to easily see, how many times this student was a part of this club, how many times are they actually showing up to our meetings? Are they putting in a lot of time, or are they taking a ton? Or, this is a really special club that we should celebrate because they're doing so many wonderful things. A part of that increases the ability for us, the administrators, to have shared communication with them. So easily accessible ways to send group communication to our clubs, to our club advisors with, anything that would be popping up or anything that we might need to talk to them about, maybe in terms of communication and how they're connecting with our students outside of school hours. So we feel like that will be a really important piece to kind of linking our activities and athletics into this belonging theme as well. Slide 2. Another thing that we're doing is before coaches will have informal check-ins with our students. So, they might say, hey, you have a problem, come talk to me before practice, come talk to me after practice. But sometimes that can lead to students that are more quiet, not taking active, ability to go make their show that they, hey, will you talk to me? So a lot of coaches last year started dedicating kind of like open practice hours. So they might use a recovery practice to say, hey, this is my meeting day. This week, you guys can sign up for a 15-minute time slot and you can come and meet with me. And if you don't want to, that's okay. But they're making it easier for athletes to have accessibility to their coaching staff to talk about, maybe any issues that they have or concerns about what's going on in their programs.
We've also expanded our evaluation process. So previously, our evaluation process for the coaches would be, we would randomly, at the end of the season, randomly bring students from the teams to have an open interview where they just get to talk about the season. It remains anonymous, but I still know who they are. I don't share that information with the coaches, but I take that information and try to build themes, themes of improvement for the coaches, areas where we can be better. Now we've implemented anonymous surveys that go out to all students and as well. So along with that, students at the end of the year have a chance to support completely anonymous feedback. Obviously, if it is concerning, we are pinged immediately, but it's completely anonymous otherwise about their experience. So they have a chance to give us kind of unfiltered information. I think it allows them to maybe be more loose, so they feel nice if they're talking to me in it's something. It also gives the choir wants to speak up and have a chance to voice their opinions or concerns when they might not want to in person as well. And parents also get a chance to do that too.
Lindsay, I really appreciate you coming as part of this team because I think it's such an interesting, you don't always think of like the non-academic, side of the high school, but it's such an important component part of the high school experience for so many students. Athletics, and activities, but it forms such like a core part of a lot of people's identity. And I think it's fantastic that you came today. And I just want to say how much I appreciate that you providing that aspect of this experience.
And for belonging, do you track student attendance at athletic events and other functions? Showing up for your peers is a part of contributing to the community.
Yeah, absolutely. So we take all attendance on Final Forms for athletics, and now we're doing that for activities as well. And I think that's really important to share because one of the features on Final Forms that our students don't so much take is that what happens is if they are not at a practice that day and the coach checks like unexcused, it automatically pings the parent to say, hey, your student was not at practice. So before you might have a student tell their coach, hey, I have an important, important meeting or I have an appointment that I need to be at, and they might tell their parent, oh, I'm at practice, and then there was no idea like where the student was. But now parents just automatically know if their student is showing up at that school.
Are you also talking about fans?
Yes.
Specific
Oh, okay.
students?
We don't, in terms of tracking the amount of fans that we have.
Correct.
Yeah, so the only way that we could run a report to track fans for ticketed events, we recently switched, last year we switched to GoFans, so we know we can easily access like how many people are buying tickets to these events. But for non-ticketed events, we wouldn't be able to see that.
We could add it to the survey that we are doing though, because I think that it's a really good point. That's the reason that we're bringing in athletics activities is because one, so that's just another.
Yeah, that'd be helpful to know.
Yeah.
So before we move on from belonging, any other questions? Because we're going to shift. We talked about our belonging goal. Now we're going to shift to our attractiveness goal. Okay. So why on attractiveness? If you look back and you looked several years back, we have been focused on the DNF reduction of students receiving services for disaggregated groups based on race and ethnicity for several years. And one of the things that we got feedback from our staff on was if I don't have any students who are getting these numbers, or I don't have any students who are reflecting these small subgroups that you're tracking, then I don't really see myself in the work. I don't see my students in the work. And so what we wanted to do is shift our focus, and instead of thinking about deficit thinking, so just trying to stop B's and F's, we really wanted to look at all students. So we wanted to be able to track all students, not just those who were struggling using traditional measures. We wanted to look more holistically at student progress. We wanted to progress monitor along the way. So if we wait to track only D's and F's, those things are only tracked at the semester mark. And so at that point, something has already happened. And so we want to be able to track along the way. We want to focus on the process, not just the achievement. We wanted to continue our inclusionary. That includes the things that we've done through our professional development, like our tier 1 strategies. We want to embed the tenets of culturally responsive education. We want to continue to remove barriers. We want to instill a belief that all students can achieve. And then we also have, last year, the state launched the new high school and beyond plan, which is school links. It's a universal platform adopted by all schools. So this year, everyone in the state has it. This replaces, if you've heard of Naviance before, it's a tool used to do interest surveys, and then it's ultimately where students complete part of their college application essays where a teacher runs the correct upload, etc. So there is the launch of a new high school and beyond plan and format that everybody will need to be part of for staff and for students. We started to think about what does it mean to track on-trackness. I know I touched on this when we were here in June, but I couldn't quite articulate it right. So I'm going to try and do a better job today. Might still be fuzzy. Ultimately, there are 11 core areas that a student needs to complete courses in for high school to begin track. Additionally, we've got the high school and beyond. When we look at, let's say, the class of 2029, red means off track. Green means they're on track, and blue means that criteria has been met, that expectation. So if we look, let's say, at health, the column for health, we'll see that of our last year's freshmen, 162 students completed health. Our state requires 0.5 one semester of health. So 162 students, 180 students have not yet taken it. They are not yet off track, right? Because they've got 3 more years to complete that. Because it's only a semester-long course, none of them are considered off track because they haven't taken it and were earned credit in it. If we look at total credits, so there's the 10 content areas. There's total credits because students need 24 credits to graduate. The element that's not yet embedded here because we need to pull the data out of school links is our high school and beyond plan. So students had to complete that last year. There's different lessons they need to do each year. That will be a 12th component that we put into the matrix that we're tracking how many students are going to complete. When we look at our students this is our freshman class. And I know, I'm sorry, it's so small. We have 331 of our 342 students are on track. So they passed their classes, they were enrolled in classes that are working towards graduation requirements. 5 students are off track in one area. I'll explain that in a few slides. Our red, so students who are off track in 2 or more areas, these are the students of high concern. They might be off track because they did not pass. So I'll use English as an example. English is a 4-year graduation requirement. Students have to pass all 8 semesters in order to be on track to graduate. If a student does not pass 1 semester or 2 semesters of English 9, they are now considered off track. They would be off track by 1 area. If they didn't pass in math or science, where you need 3 years, they could also be on track. So this number, when we look at being on or off track, for freshmen, you're seeing it happen in those 4 courses where you might need 4 years in order to stay on track. It might also be that they didn't take 6 classes or they didn't pass 6 classes, which you would need to be on track in order to graduate with 24 credits. If you look at our ed, this is where I'll revisit that notion of we know the kid by name, we know the challenge, and we know the interventions and the strategy forward. Students who are off track, we're talking about 6. So we've got students who are a number of indicators here for 11, right? Fully on track, passed all their classes, enrolled in classes that they need to graduate. That's an 11. One area, we had 5 students who were shut off in one area. The students who are significantly off track, we're looking at 6 total students. So our admin knows them, our counselors know them, our teachers know them, and we're finding ways. Some of those students did some credit recovery over the summer. Some of the students are going to retake a class next year. Some of the students just weren't enrolled in a particular course last year, and they're going to be enrolled moving forward. So this is our freshman class. Our sophomore class is similar. You'll see we've got a number of students who have met certain requirements in different areas. We've got students who are on track. So we're really looking at blue and green. Those are positives for us. The red are the ones that give us pause. What do we need to be doing? If we look at our sophomores, 312 of 332 are on track. 10 are off track in one area. It could be that they doubled up in science and they have not yet taken a course in world language, so they're not yet on track. And then we've got 6 students who are off track. So again, high area of concern. We are working with them. It might also be that their needs are such that they're not enrolled in traditional general education classes. It might mean that their adaptive needs are such that they're not taking world language, they're not taking a traditional course. And so all students are accounted for in this data. We have removed students who aren't accessing a traditional pathway. Where it gets interesting and where we really need to insert more of our counseling team, this is more of our planning team, is when we're looking at our rising seniors. So at this point, students, this is our rising seniors now, they've completed 6 semesters. In that, they have mostly, I mean, look at our blue, mostly on track or met. So many of them have met at English. They can't have met because they've not had a 4th year. However, look at our English line, 333 students have are close to there, and they're just waiting for their final year. Most often, students will double up, let's say in science. So sophomore year, we allow doubling up in science. Well, that comes at a cost. It means they're not taking something else. And so what happens is students might be short in their final choice. So when a student, if you look at our 87 students who are off track in one area, it's usually because they've doubled up in science or they love the arts, they're in band and they love radio. And so they haven't taken something else. Maybe they haven't started their world language yet and they're going to do it through Ready Start, or they are only really 1 credit and they're going to have to get it their senior year. It could also be that, and this happens quite a bit, we have required 3 semesters of PE. And a student who's entering their senior year is considered off track if they need 3 semesters of PE because they only have 2 semesters left to take it, which means they're doubling up in PE their senior year because they've made other choices along the way, right? We've heard from Presidium in the reports talking about how some students wait until they're seniors to take their health requirements, right? That's considered off track in our minds because they only have a very short window of time to get that done. So we were looking at the courses that students are enrolling in. We're looking at, and we're not being prescriptive. Nobody needs to panic and say we're going to force students to take certain classes, certain years. But this is where our counselors get involved, and we say this accounts for students who didn't pass classes or who didn't take the right courses, and for a variety of reasons, we are now intervening and we are making sure that students are enrolled in the right classes, that they've got the credit recovery options that they need, and that they're getting to a place where they're going to be college eligible, should they want to be, at the time of graduation. And so we're paying careful attention to the orange, the 87. Most of them have a plan. We would like to see that number reduced so that we're not waiting for PE and health at the end of their high school career. But we also want to honor students' interests in where they are. And, you know, if they love science as sophomores and they want to double up, we don't want to take that as a plan. And then the red are the students who are off track into remote areas. So these are the students where we're working on some intervention plans with them. We're making sure that they've got the supports they need, they're enrolled in the classes they need to get them towards graduation. It also, again, includes students who are receiving pretty significant supports and services in adaptive areas through their IEP goals and things like that. So if we talk about all students, our staff wanted to see that every single kid was included here. We're not just talking about 25% improvement on D's and F's, that we're getting all kids to be on track.
Which brings us to our school. And before I read this for you, actually I'll read it and I'll come back to it. Our on track in this goal is by June 2027, Mercer Island High School will increase the number of students in each graduation cohort who are fully on track for graduation by ensuring 5 additional students meet all requirements in every area as measured by the cohorted on trackedness matrices, including all graduation courses in the high school and beyond. We didn't capture all of the data, but in looking at folks that are on, I thought it was on the slide, like orange and red, there's 141 students, and it just dawned on me as Jamie's going through all of the different iterations of why we might have students in that one of those categories. There are people in that building that know each and every one of those kids, and what their story is and why they are there. What we're really excited about is, and again, I think this feeds into the belongingness piece, is we're going to be able to take steps earlier. So when we see that large jump from the class of 28 to the class of 27, I think that's where we're really going to be able to make some impact. So we're excited.
So I first of all, I love that it focuses on all students, but just students that should just grades. Students can struggle all the time in their entire university, right? This sounds great, but one of the things I'm curious about is how do you, like, why this goal in particular? I mean, have you seen an increase in kids not being ready for graduation from early school? Or, you know, when we're looking at the goals to set, and part of this is me being new to this, right? So, like, as I saw what you had last year and this year, and compared to the schools, the lower schools that are doing more, like specifically in the area of math or in literacy. Could you just educate me as to why this goal is chosen?
I think there's a couple reasons for it. One, when we focus on D's and F's, that's looking at what didn't somebody achieve or deficit law. And I know me personally experiencing a lot of angst around graduation last year from students. So this is a little bit anecdotal, but there's a lot of pressure at the end. If they aren't on track, there's a lot of undue pressure that, whether it's by choice or by action, that students and families have placed on their to get across that finish line. What we're hoping to do with this is find ways to mitigate those circumstances where there's a rush at the end, or maybe there isn't a path forward because of choices that they've made. So we're hoping to educate them along the way in terms of, like, how is it that you balance your mental health, physical health, your academics, your participation in clubs, activities, and sports. How is it that we're reaching the entirety of our student body to get them to where we want them to be? As opposed to when we're looking at a DNF report, we're reactive instead of being proactive. So we're really trying to focus on being proactive.
Yeah, I'm worthy, and that's great. I mean, absolutely, we said that can be alleviated. It's pretty cool. I'm just curious, did you look at 5 potential goals, right? Are you looking at academic data the same way that the lower schools are? Do you do that in school, right? Just because of the different levels of I mean, there's, you know, how do you approach that? I mean, are there no other goals that would have been to, I mean, you know what I'm saying? How do you choose this one over others? It's not that I'm saying this isn't a great goal, because I think it actually is, but how do you make those choices?
I'll speak for me personally. What I, coming into Mercer Island High School, as I was looking at the data the previous years, some really high achieving. So where is it that you make traction? Are we really looking at making that traction? It's in that small gap. So how do we get to a place where we're finding those students early and identifying them along the way, as opposed to waiting until the end to try to make a plan, Band-Aid on it to try to get them across the finish line. What we're hoping to do is take a look at it from being more responsive to the needs of our kids, and really being proactive in that work instead of waiting to the end. In terms of other academic goals, I think it's kind of the nature of credit-bearing courses. That's part of our maybe some of the differences between elementary and middle school, where is a different metric that relates to it on the back end. Not to say that I love to incorporate the work that the elementary and the middle school do. Quite honestly, I think that's part of what we're doing here, is making a more holistic approach.
And we are. So this year we are going to increase our use of iReady as part of our interventions. And I know that is something that our elementary and middle schools have been using for a while. And so we are bringing that on. We are actually working with Weston to get our 9th and 10th grade English teachers, as well as a number of our math teachers, like Algebra 1, the E1, E2, as well as all of our special education teachers, trained in the iReady so we can do the iReady form to get that, the diagnostic data. So I would say in the future, we will have a little bit more of that screener data more aligned with them, but we are just training our staff this year.
And we will, I mean, the 95% around, math and literacy, all of our 10th graders, we get a chance to measure that. We have incredibly high scores relative to others in literacy and math in 10th grade. However, students also start to say, well, I don't even need that to graduate because I have my CTE pathway, or I'm going to meet my pathway through the ACT and SAT. And so then there's this like diversification about how kids measure, and that is part of a larger system thing, but still trying to get as many students as possible proficient or advanced in their most basic skills is absolutely. I don't, Jamie, you're going to say.
Yep. So there are 9 different pathways to meet graduation requirements. SBA is one of them. ACT and SAT are one of them. CCR courses are one of them. So in addition to the courses that students are taking, there are other things that they need to accomplish in order to reach high school graduation. Any one of those metrics may or may not move the needle for our entire school. So if we focus just on math or just on ELA and on SBA scores, I think we have a limited return on investment. And we have limited buy-in on our staff, right? Because our world language teachers might not care as much about our math scores as our math teachers are going to care about. And so we really try to back out of any singular metric and look at holistically students being prepared. Are the strategies we're using in classes meeting the needs for them to earn credit in classes? Do we have access points for students of a range of abilities to access the general education courses? And so those are things that work towards, those are ways in which we are trying to leverage improving on trackness for all kids, so that we're not othering students. We're not saying, well, you're going to have a different type of diploma, you're going to have a different type of experience. We're really trying to make it so that all kids are on track to meet those credits by changing and improving what we're doing in classroom settings. But no singular test is going to give that to us. Where we felt and where staff bought in was if their students are on track in their courses, which means they're earning credit, so it addresses the D's and F's and the withdrawals. Are they taking appropriate, are they being advised appropriately by our counseling team for their post-secondary goals? Are they completing their high school and beyond plans to look beyond the 4 years they have with us? And are we helping them plan along that way? So yes, we did look at other things, but any singular piece, we're doing lots of those singular pieces within the courses, right? With the aligned courses, looking at strategies, going through PLC, analyzing that data. Absolutely, we're looking at academic data, but this is something that would then resonate to almost school level. Thank you.
For students that choose schedules that will place them off track, for example, if they're double up in science in their sophomore year, how is that information being communicated to students and families of, hey, if you're doing this, then you're going to be off track and you're going to need to find a plan to get a PE class, a health class?
So that is part of our work this year with our counseling team, is figuring out those communication mechanisms. Because I think, I don't remember which report it was, but how our community consumes information, it's like from their neighbors, right? From peers and neighbors, that's the #1 source. And so a lot of times they'll hear like, oh, you doubled up in science, that's what you need to do, I'm gonna double up in science. But there's not necessarily an understanding of the impact from the overall 4-year plan. And so we're going to work with our counseling team this year on how do we communicate, how do we help understand what the choices are, what the impacts of those choices are down the road. If a student wants to double up in science, they're going to have to make choices there about their world language, about their fine arts, about their health and PE, and what that looks like. So we'll definitely.
To that, I will say that would be a great information for 8th grade parents. That's when they start choosing the first set of classes and to the track. So having a meeting with 8th grade parents about what it is will be fantastic. More than the freshman versus the 8th grade. My thoughts are related to Parent Square and how this year, as a parent, I love that I got, frequent, reminders of where my kid was. My kid hated it. Let's see, do you see a difference last year and well, the 2 years before and last year, how that instead of measuring every 6 months, that helped push the students to learn up and I just went to the season. It's located to
Much to the students' chagrin, we are continuing with that practice. Middle school does it as well.
We're also continuing that. And actually, sorry, I'm just joking. It also helps with our clarity with families on where their students' grades lived because we use school achieving cumulative. But yes, we are continuing for every 3 weeks, just like these.
Because we changed multiple things last year, we don't know exactly what to attribute like our drop in of DDs to. Part of it, we believe, is our inclusionary practices, our D1 or our tier 1 practices and strategies that teachers implemented. The other piece is just the increased communication. And so because we did both of those things, we're going to continue that work in both those areas on tier 1 and the communication help. But we don't know which one was the trigger.
in my house, for sure, the communication and the talk increased so much. And not necessarily asking a question why they had a nap or anything like that, but it was more of the work that happened at school. So that did help off my so that was it.
Hey, last slide. Woo. And this last slide just talks about we want to make sure that we are being intentional with our school improvement plan with the work that we do for staff. So we have meetings all the time with staff about what their goals are going to be for the year. And that includes like the tech goals and student growth goals and just talking with classified staff on their goals. And we just want to make sure that in every conversation, we bring it back to our school improvement plan and that it's tied to our district plan as well. So one of the things that we're doing is we're just working on kind of creating a package where we have all these goals in one place to help us just reconnect. Like, great, your tech goal and you've worked on this and it connects to belonging this way, it connects to the formies this way. So it's just something that we're just trying to be intentional and not just by chance. Any other questions?
About a hand for all of our schools.
Yep. I love this one. Yes, I'm sorry.
Really helpful.
Is it the first time that each grade like got to see each other's plans too?
We were all on the same slide. Really anyone else peaked.
It's nice because it kind of like sets expectations for the year, and then like when you guys report to us how you're doing with your goals, like during the year and towards the end of the year, we have more context, And even when we go out for our school visits, like our site visits, we see this stuff and it's very much more varied.
So one great thing is all of that. The one drawback is I know that a lot of our presenters for the safety portion weren't planning to be here quite this long. And so I know we're going to run up against meetings. My thought is to either go forward but not have all of the folks and try to present the best we can, or wait until you're to present in a different point.
So. People are going to. I mean, it's extra. I really need to take an hour on MISD.
We can do it in parts, the next several steps too.
Could we do that? Also, need to wait for it to do any of this. I mean, I can give my mic.
Why don't we take a quick break? Let me see who's here, who can stick around. Who can't. And then we.
We are moving on to section of our community message policy. And getting ready for with and community talk about or respond to some else. Presentation.
Yeah, well, this is actually a variety of people. Largely over.
No, you're
No, it's not really, it's definitely not. I mean, I'm sure it went well, everyone. We got some no, Erin, I think is the you can overnight her. Yep, you're good.
That's what I like to the presentation is we can see it here, it's the previous presentation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think during the study session.
Okay, so essentially, and we're going to have to skip over some of this presentation, because our people also we are not going to have materials presented by, I believe it's Tony Coos and Jen Williamson regarding facilities and that type of thing. So I'll just have to do on the next slide. So just sort of the basis for the OD monitoring. So the last year, obvious reasons, products from allegations, relevations of past acts, conduct that the plan, which gave us an opportunity to have a renewed focus on student safety, the focus priority, and while we had made that doesn't mean that there isn't room for additional improvement. And for that reason, we have support to the evaluation of how our district is doing much further. We also strong safety development committee, which was spearheaded by some of our to look at the ways that we focus on student safety. It did have the lens of sort of personal injuries and staff misconduct and sexual harassment because those were the allegations that were raised. We did look at all safety things. Air quality. So it really focused on that. In May and June, we had the where they came back and gave us feedback on the areas where we could improve things to keep doing. And yet, going back to the safety and well-being needs. So facilitated by Frank Scott, I do want to recognize his efforts and also efforts of all the parents and students and community partners. So OSPI has been trying to do that, which will be ongoing. That's it. His focus may change as we sort of get this piece of work body works really stable. It doesn't have that's may expand its role. But I do want to recognize this kids, including students. So I just want to say that MISD partners and our staff.
Yeah, I think our first that we're going to hear from, we're going to skip past the Tony and Jen sections there in the table of contents and go to the crisis response plan with Randy.
So, hello, I'm Randy. I work in the district office, assistant director of special services, and I have the privilege of leading up our crisis task force this past year and going forward. So this began last winter. Fred and I had some great conversations about student safety and crisis response. And a big part of my training as building administrator was in safety, both emotional safety and belonging, as well as physical safety and facilities. And so with that background, I was able to take the lead in developing the crisis task force. So what we did is met with Fred at the beginning of, the end of the calendar year last year, and we developed a mission, which is to develop and refine systems of crisis prevention, intervention, and postvention to minimize emotional, psychological, and physical harm to students, staff, and the community. So this was our mission, and we knew that we needed to develop a really robust, multidisciplinary, talented team. So we had many highly qualified and talented staff to choose from. We ended up choosing 16 team members from across the district and community. So these team members included staff at the secondary and primary level, representatives from the district office, community partners, and our YFS partners. And the team met together as a whole group 4 times during the second semester last school year. And we also had multiple breakout groups. So we broke into smaller teams to work on different projects. So what we are trying to produce is a crisis playbook. So this is a handbook, basically, of all of our safety practices, crisis prevention, intervention, and postvention codified into one location. So what we had in existence was very rich, and we had strong site plans and we had strong intervention plans. And what we learned is that some of the pieces were outdated and some of the pieces were just hard to access because they lived in Google folder upon subfolder upon subfolder. And we have lots of trainings, but and various staff members who have had different trainings, but all of that information was stored in a place that wasn't easily accessible. So what this crisis playbook will do is pull all of that essential information in one. So we are focusing on all the trainings that we're providing to staff. So beginning of the year, we have lots of really strong trainings. We have ALICE training. We have all of our vector trainings for safety, blunt pathogen awareness, fire security awareness. So we have lots and lots of safety trainings at the beginning of the year. And we also have trainings throughout the year, like threat assessment training, suicide intervention training, which I'll talk more in a couple slides. And the purpose of the playbook is to really help everyone, all of our administrators, crisis response teams, and staff understand that emotional safety and belonging is very tightly connected to our physical safety. So we want our students to feel that they are in a safe place, that they have confidence that the staff is there for them to do in case of a crisis. So when all of our teams are trained up and we have the district office coordinating support, we're able to really minimize harm if a crisis happens. But of course, always the main bulk of our work is in preventing crisis. Really showing training well prepared staff. And I think you saw today that our teams, our site teams, are so focused on making sure every single child does not fall through the cracks. That any child who's at risk, they know the child's name, they know the face. They are known and our staff's arms around her. So the crisis playbook is going to continue to be developed. We have, I'd say it's about 50% completed. That's much more than a skeleton, but we want to make sure that everything that we're getting back is very actionable and useful for the administrators. So we're getting the crisis task force team together a few more times this coming semester so that this playbook can be handed to you and our administrators by the end of this calendar. So before we go to winter break, you should have it in your hands.
So just so I understand, when I see the index, so Tony and Jen were talking about like emergency preparedness in terms of major emergencies. And this one is more of a student and daily crisis.
Great question. Great question. So one of the things our team first really grappled with, and we spent a lot of time defining what is a crisis, what counts as a crisis, and categorizing that. So we decided that we were going to categorize a crisis into 3 categories. So we have active violence, environmental hazards, and grief and loss. So active violence might be a school shooter, it might be a trespasser coming onto campus, we don't know who it is. So in those cases, we have lockdown procedures and police procedure. Environmental hazards could be an earthquake, it could be a chemical spill, major weather situation, and that response is often an evacuation, outside the building to another location, off island if needed. And grief and loss crisis is focused around when we have a loss of student or staff member and the ways that we support those immediately affected as well as the surrounding community. And then that one is broken up into if it's a sudden loss or if it's more of a terminal and there's time to wait. So we're really intentional about having a plan and protocol and training for all of these events that we want to prevent as much as possible, and we do or we have. And when and if a crisis occurs, we have teams who are ready from it. They know what to do. They've been through the training and they know who to call. And we as a district office are coordinating our response. So we can deploy a go team. We can jump right into action if we have to evacuate to another location and then support with re-evacuation. And when you hear from Tony, he'll be talking about the new re-evacuation system on Raptor. It makes it very easy for us to connect the parent and the child if we do have to wait to an evacuation. Right? Yeah. Question?
Yeah, and I'm excited to see this. Something like she didn't have these before, so I'm glad that we have it now. It's really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I want to pivot really quickly because we're gonna lose William. William, do you think your slide could be done in 5 minutes or?
I can do it too.
Depends on the questions, but so just has to talk about safety with regards to transportation. So I highlighted some things that we're already doing that are safety oriented. And the department itself is very safety oriented. Constantly in conversations with community members, with drivers, with members of staff about just little things like where's the best stop location, especially as we have little shifts in our population. Students are living in different locations. So for example, we're with MISD at the high school this year. We're going to be dropping off the high school bus in the morning for a second. And then the idea is to funnel more students to the front of the building for security and for community reasons. So we're often in situations like that. Drivers are based on rigorous training. So it's just the initial qualifications to get driver training time is very difficult. We invited 5 people to class. It's not exactly a note of 5 perspective. We invited 5 people to class this summer, and 2 of them are athletic with their CDLs to be ready to drive for us. And that's interviewing candidates and so forth. So it's very rigorous to become a driver. We offer a variety of employee trainings within the department. And then we have annual trainings required by OSPI that we do every year, obviously. Another safety-related feature is the transportation software we've been using for the past couple of years. This software gives guidance to the drivers and the dispatchers about their routing. Lets our dispatchers kind of look in with a driver, maybe an inexperienced driver, helping out on the route they don't always do, to be able to give them tremendous assistance. This allows our families to track buses, and that's been a huge help to us as far as reducing some insecurity with the parents when the bus is late. Used to be if the bus was late, like 5 minutes, our phones were off the hook. We couldn't answer fast enough. Now we have a major rerouting because of trees down, and we may not get a call at all because of that. Emergency drills. We're complying with state law and emergency drills. So we do 2 actual emergency drills and do a verbal drill where we talk about safety features on the bus and things students need to be aware of. The intent is to try and catch as much of the real ridership as possible by having those drills spread throughout the year. The drills are timed so we can see points of the children. There's certain levels at which if the drill's too slow, that's not going to be safe enough in a real emergency. And so then we know we need to focus with those drivers and those students. That's additional training. And then something that happened starting last year and that Mandy and I are going to continue working on is one of the case managers in the past we've kind of done with special services. It's just said, hey, mind my 2 minutes. I totally do my 2 minutes.
Yeah, you do.
Case manager wanted to start cultivating things a little more for special services. And we had been in the past just kind of saying, hey, if the student's not able to do the drill, let's just skip it and we'll just write down until we skipped it. And now we're doing some more stuff to scaffold that, and hopefully so they will have some more successful procedures in case of emergency, and also that can be translated to their future lives outside the district. And then we're also complying with state laws and inspections and our district practices. Our drivers are pre-tripping buses every day, pretty fairly thoroughly in the morning, less thoroughly in the afternoon. They're doing a post-trip when they return from the morning and afternoon, looking for some basic items. And then we send the buses twice a year to Bellevue for preventive maintenance, where they'll also get inspections, and then we'll get a surprise inspection from the state patrol. For the fleet and full inspection of the fleet.
4 minutes.
Sorry, really sorry.
Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Right, you're on your phone.
Well, I was gonna just ask, so Randy, are you comfortable about presenting the plan, or would you rather just move back to this meeting and she just for that one? The starting nursing and then
Suicide.
one. Do you comfortable with that?
Yeah, those are just yes. And I will try to shorten it, but we're really passionate about this stuff, so we can really talk about this. Okay, so I supervise the nursing program in the district, and this is just kind of an overview of what our nursing program looks like. So every site has a full-time health service position. Some of them are RNs. We also have an LPN and an HSA, which is or an HRA, which is a health room assistant. We have RNs who supervise the LPNs and the health room assistants. We have nurses who are on call and ready to respond if there's ever a situation at the playground. Our nurses also prep for field trips. We have band camp. We have band camp happening now, so we have nurses to make sure all of our students have weekends, healers, and that all of our staff are trained to help students with individualized health plans. So our nurses do lots of prevention, including vision and hearing exams and support and coordinating services for students with complex needs. This past year, we have a few students with very complex needs move into the district, and we have a great team of nurses who work together to train our administrators and our staff. So we're all very confident with students who have complex medical needs, and they're welcome to their schools. So we continue to grow our program. In fact, we just hired a new high school nurse. And well, we didn't just hire her, we hired her table space. She's here on site, so we get a chance to meet her. She has lots of experience with school nursing systems. So we're going to be building additional systems so that we have consistency across sites, and so our nurses can continue to work together in professional. So just a very, very short story. One of our nurses, shared this story where she supported an immigrant family who, were struggling with a language barrier, trying to navigate this new healthcare system. Their child needed medical support, and they went to the family went to the school nurse because they didn't really know where else to go. And the nurse went above and beyond, met the family at the hospital, helped them communicate, fill out the forms, and get their child the support that they need. And all of them are so dedicated and just really to go above and beyond just for their kids. Any questions about our nursing program?
This is a really, really small thing, but I just filled out the doctor form for my son to receive medication at school.
Yes.
And on the form, it says you're supposed to fax.
It
is,
does.
and it has like 4 different fax numbers. I don't know how to fax it. You're like, so like we just go back to the I even asked someone in the admin at the middle school, and they said they didn't know, so I should just physically put it in. So
You can also scan it, which is like this fancy new
I didn't know where to
technology. I don't know if you guys.
but I didn't know where to send it.
Yeah, because
I
it's
did
back.
scan it.
And
Yeah.
and I always send it to the principal and the nurse.
Yeah. You can drop it off at the front office and they'll make sure to get it.
Yeah, no, I don't need for my own self. I'm just saying that maybe
Just FYI, we need to check that.
Maybe
folder.
I will, yeah.
Thank you for letting
This fall information. Thank you.
Shall I go on to my next slide?
Yes, please.
Okay, so, as I talked about briefly before, forefront suicide prevention and intervention training, is the way that we train our staff to respond when we have students, who indicate that they may have suicidal ideation, or maybe maybe we just know that they're struggling. So this intervention is provided by the UW Forefront, is very reputable and research-based community, and they support training for our administrators, our counselors, our nurses, and our YFS counselors. So having all of us trained in a similar protocol and procedure gives us shared language and helps us have a really consistent response across our schools. So when students have a concern, we have very clear reporting procedures, and staff know how to respond. And this connects back to something that I said in our earlier session this morning about Vancouver, where they have these key phrases that you say to support the student, and then make sure that that student gets to a really highly trained staff member quickly, right? So so your example, maybe like we could even refine that even more so that we have these key phrases. And Forefront, this is the best suicide intervention training I've ever participated in, and I've had this for 12 years.
Just really quick, I'm sure it's covered in the training, but when I was training as a baby social worker, one of the things I really kept hitting on over and over again was that people are terrified to say the word suicide or self-harm because they think that it's going to make the child think that way when it's already, and that is just not true. And it is really helpful to have like a set phrase or two. It makes people much fun.
Yes, yeah, that's really true. Yeah, it doesn't get it's definitely it's very reassuring, because sometimes students feel that they're the only one who thinks these thoughts, and that's not true. And we want our staff to be empowered. So again, they're not scared or intimidated. They shy away from those concerns that students want to show. And then the bottom piece is the goal: every student has at least one trusted adult. And I want to bring back the thought that Jamie proposed earlier, which is one isn't enough. And in fact, that might not be a good idea. So to have 3 trusted adults, every student has at least 3 trusted adults. So that's something we're going to bring back to our crisis task force and really talk about how can we not just make this a lofty goal, but really make sure that every single student, like we know about them, we face, we know the day, so that we care for each and every. All means all. Any questions about it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Randy, who's taking these trainings?
So all of our YFS counselors, all of our administrators, and then at the secondary, so high school and middle school, we have additional people. But we have at least 2 people trained at each site. And the plan is to increase that so that everybody has very recent training in addition to making sure there's more than. Great question.
Superintendent.
Yes.
Yes, I'm trying to. Do you want us to do, yeah, that's what we can do. We can do.
Do you want to talk developmental preschool? Did she talk to you this week?
Yeah, so with Hannah's slide, I can't speak to every bullet point.
Yeah, I can talk to some too.
But yeah. Okay, so when Presidium came through in the spring, they met with every little subgroup, and one of the things that we started to have some great conversations around is making sure that all of our students understand what a boundary is and how to protect themselves and teach boundaries. So that's something that that usually is in place, but more staff gain awareness of it because more of these conversations is happening. So that's really terrific. So we, at every level, we have staff who teach students what those boundaries are. Perhaps Weston and I can prepare something for the next one.
That's what on the agenda, interpretive dance, maybe.
There are a couple other, I think, highlights from this slide. So, Fred and Hannah had an explicit conversation about this. I think people didn't realize because people weren't looking, but Hannah and especially the team Flash has its own separate segment that is meant for students who are neurodivergent, specifically those that have more complex needs. So the lessons we need to look a little bit. Those Flash lessons are basically adaptations of the lessons that students get. And so I think through just a variety of different things, what we come to is that our hope is to be able to do a review of kind of how health instruction happens from PK all the way through 12, just so that we can have documents similar to those we have for others, which is just around who gets to when and to whom. So that already exists in pockets in that we have our 5th grade teachers teaching Flash. We have our middle school teachers teaching Flash. High school teachers also teach Flash. So that all exists. Special ed teachers have some of their own tools as well, given that they have some separate settings for students, like pathways, for example, doing school. But that'll be part of it. It's just making sure that our teachers are familiar and aware of those lessons that are designed for students who have different needs. Ensuring that we have a comprehensive program K-12 to ensure that students are getting those expected legal things we just want kids to know and be able to do as far as their own personal safety. So I think this is going to play into what we're doing, but it isn't separate from, if that makes sense. We are approaching all of this through the lens of all students are students, and therefore, regardless of their needs, we
Something you were just more systemizing the approach.
Yeah, so we have a perfect example is we have these documents that a couple of years ago we asked a teacher team to develop something that's called the GVC, which stands for Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum. So a group of teachers led by one of our instructional coaches did our GVC work, and then we had some teachers provide me. That GVC document is in essence what we're trying to create for health curriculum. So it would be accessible for parents to just know what are the highlights of what gets taught when it gets taught. It's a shared endeavor to ensure that we've got sorry.
That's okay. I don't have any questions. I know that when we were having our subcommittee meetings. Professional boundary subcommittee. Safety and wellness committee that we started talking. So how it is different, right? So
Yeah, and honestly, I think they've done a good job of that historically. So I think there's a perception that they have not, but we have specialized staff who've done some work with kids in that regard. So I actually think that's an area that has been really consistently applied. And now it's a matter of just ensuring that all teachers understand their own kids.
yeah, I guess my question from education perspective would be, if you have, you know, a child, a fifth grader who's in the general education classroom, that isn't able to learn Flash the same way, is there a process for making sure that he still gets that?
Yeah, so that's kind of what the flash lessons are in essence. What will have to be determined is who does what when. But basically the flash lessons were designed to scaffold to support the kids who have different needs. So there's a whole separate set. Some of them line up, some don't. So that's going to have to be some of that work is to get you to make it make sense for both teachers and for kids. So.
Weston, are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Why not that? It's
Yeah, it can, if you want to go. One. There it is.
Volunteers in the field trip.
Yes, so with our co-curricular programming, as we noted earlier in the meeting, those are things that bring kids in the door every day. But they also require support from community partners and parent partners. And I think about our many arts programs and the variety of field trips that they do, and Destination Imagination, which has parents, team captains, or team managers. And so making sure that our district policies for safety around safety and inclusion are also incorporated into those programs is really important. As far as field trips and the volunteering piece, the continued expansion of final forms at the high school level, and it's used some at the middle school, has been a great benefit as far as the safety piece. So the approval process starts 60 days in advance of the field trip. So there's time to vet all chaperones. Chaperones are fingerprinted and they go through the watch process. So they get the background check as well. And then as far as training goes for our co-curricular programs, we have a series of videos that Randy referenced that our staff have to watch every year, and we can tailor some of those. We can pick and choose some for our volunteer groups like Destination Imagination or robotics, where we can assign those trainings around boundaries and the safety protocols to all of our co-curricular program groups.
Just to be, I want so previously we didn't have to be to our field trips. We used to help requiring.
I want to clarify what it says up there. So, and Aaron, please jump in. So the 2-year reference is that if you're a staff member, when you're hired, you have fingerprints, and if you chaperone an overnight trip, you're then additionally fingerprinted. No, volunteers are also fingerprinted.
So for fifth grade camp.
But yes,
Yes.
so I can sort of speak to this.
Please.
With that, so essentially, and this is consistent, in what we've been doing throughout, at least since 2016, is we've been doing watch screenings, for parent volunteers that are just not to read way to support in math instruction or what students in the library, I guess address the wrong term. So that's a watch check, which is just the difference between watch space and drop check and fingerprinting is it's limited access, so it's only checking those records. It's not information. So the advantage is, and it's a state requirement that all our staff, whether you're classified, should be fingerprinted when you come into district. That fingerprinting stays on in the system basically for 2 years. So if it's on file, it's on file. And then what we had done is if a staff member were to be going on an overnight trip, they would get re-fingerprinted unless their fingerprinting was done, which is just too much. But it's most of our people and a lot of our coaches, people were getting fingerprinted every 2 years. Because that was necessary, just given the The same like that as their co-curricular leads. For overnight trips, we've added bigger routine developments, but also the age and we're just tightening it out. And for ensuring that how much we need to make the just some of the changes that success, which leads into futures. I noticed that the volunteer folks are doing SVP, which is great. Did that answer your question? Yeah, I think it's good that it was, maybe it wasn't my experience with pastors. So I'm glad that your consistency. He's trapped. And then we're gonna skip now to Andrews and let him, because I'm next for scatter.
So for the technology, one of the things that I didn't include on here was just some of the stuff that we have in place. I've been planning for this for a long time. So we've got building access controls. Our facilities teams able to control physical access to the buildings, security cameras, intercoms, and those types of systems. As you get the full report, you'll hear about improvements that we do tracker around purchasing management. Weston mentioned final forms and parent squares about communication. So there's a lot of technology support that's involved in that as well in terms of rostering and ensuring that those applications have appropriate course lists, course rosters, right? So think about staff that are taking attendance in an emergency. We want them to have an accurate list. If we have new students enrolled up the year, we want to make sure those are accurate so we can account for all of our students in that process. These slides kind of focus on two areas, cybersecurity, as well as some of the student supports that we provide around safety and security of buildings. As I think about cybersecurity, we use a layered approach towards cybersecurity in that piece, and I've sort of listed some of the layers there. But we start with our firewall, which is our external perimeter, just in terms of into the building and ensuring that things like malware service attacks, other things that are coming from outside our buildings are not able to enter within our building. One of the things that we've seen is as our families and our staff travel over the summer, if we detect activity from outside North America, we disable their accounts immediately and we notify them. We have a process that we've now established that asks them to let us know if they're traveling, because we do see quite a bit of activity and threats that come from within North America, but quite a bit that come from outside North America. And as we think about our organization, the vast majority of our users are here within this building. So it just lowers that scope of risk. By doing that, it's a pretty standard practice that many organizations have implemented there. We then have new content filtering, and you'll put a note in here about security. We'll talk about how that content filtering will help provide additional controls, but then we also provide all of our staff devices with endpoint detection. So even if we think about threats not coming from externally, but our staff and our students potentially inadvertently clicking on a phishing email or accessing a site that potentially has compromised code running on it, the software that runs on our devices will help prevent that from being able to contact back to those vendors and keeping the threat contained, right? And being able to stop that right off the bat. Another big piece that we've done is just multi-factor authentication. We know that the number one way that our staff accounts get compromised is through people forcing their passwords. And we're hearing a lot now about quantum computing and how that's going to affect our passwords that we have in here. And so with the multi-factor authentication, we've used Duo. So as our staff log in, if it detects unusual activity, it requires them to approve that login on their phone. So it just provides that second factor. It's the username, it's the password, as well as being able to approve that connection here. Really what we do is our staff are able to trust their device. So for the staff devices themselves, once they've approved it, they're good for at least 6 months. where they don't have to approve it, because we don't want our staff to constantly have to hit approve. Once they have their trusted device, they typically use their laptop. It's really any other authentication. So if someone else tries to access it, they're going to be funded for that multi-factor authentication. If, you know, for example, there's times when staff don't have the laptop, when you set up a loaner laptop, they're going to have to re-authenticate and approve that authentication. So trying to minimize the impact on staff, but really trying to increase that security. And so we rolled that out to all of our staff, as well as a variety of security audits that we have to provide for PCI compliance, because we do process forms here internally through InTouch, as well as our for our cybersecurity insurance. So we complete annual security audits across that. And I mentioned, you know, that number one way that our devices can be compromised is directly to our users. And so for several years now, we've been doing just constant reminders and staff training around email, spam, phishing, really thinking about who, like looking at that sender email address, thinking about the context of that message. You know, you're probably not going to get HR information from, I don't pick on, you know, West, right? Weston would likely not send out HR information. A former teacher is not probably not going to send you information about, you know, a job opportunity you can work from home, right? You know, different things like that. So really thinking about that staff and student education, and trying to prevent that off and on. As we think about that staff and student education as well, I did want to transition over to some of our digital citizenship that we're doing for students there. And so we do have K-12 standards around digital literacy. So as we think about those digital citizenship lessons are taught by our teachers in elementary classrooms, you know, through there. And then we also utilize our Gator time and Islander hours to provide additional lessons for our students throughout the year as part of that. And then as we think about our students online, we use products like Bark and Securely to actually monitor all of their web activity, their Google activity, their Drive activity, really looking for things like self-depression or depression, self-harm, drugs, alcohol, bullying, hate speech. And we have a process that we utilize where those come to my tech team first. We take a look at them. They are context aware. And so there's been instances where we have our high school teachers are you know, going through some novel studies, and students are writing, you know, poems, other things like that. It will look at that overall context, because some of the literature that they're discussing has some of those themes in it, and be able to differentiate, you know, within that. Our team reviews those first, and then if we do look at that and say, yeah, this is something that needs to go on to the building, we have groups that we've set up in the buildings to be able to forward that on. That includes our principals, our counselors, some of the support staff there, so that they can follow up with that student. And then we do that again across both web searches, Google Activity, Drive, Docs, Hangouts, in those pieces. And as I think about this upcoming year, we'll talk a little more about this, is we're giving our parents more supports around how our students are utilizing technology. You touched a little bit about that earlier, about just being able to see what that activity is, being able to schedule a little bit more downtime, pausing activity. And so we're continuing to roll that out, providing additional supports so that we can partner together to support our students against those pieces.
Going to be sending out info on security soon.
So I did send out a message at the beginning of this month. It was right at the start of RSVP. I have another message. We've actually had 500 families pick up their laptops. And so I've actually done a separate survey directly to those families that have picked up their laptops. We've done little half sheets as they picked up their laptops, trying to raise that information. So it doesn't direct surveys with information to those families. But as we get closer to the school year, that's when you'll see a lot more school communications. We'll also have a presence at on back to school days and our fees and photos. We'll be handing out information at back to school day, in that. So as parents come through, really just being able to give them a sheet. I think parents get a lot of information on those days, and if we just tell them about it, they'll forget. So just something that they can maybe take away with that, in addition to parent-to-word communications. And then Noah was touching on this a little bit earlier, but we've been doing a lot of newsletters out of our teaching and learning team, and really just trying to increase our communication and awareness of the supports and, you know, how our students are learning in the classroom. So we're thinking about different ways of doing that, as well as partnering with our PTAs and PTA council, additional principals, and including that in the conversation in the school year, because they can really be partners for us in helping to get this information.
I think we should pause our sneaky conversations. Now, we watching veterans. I prefer that we have the full board here. That's all.
It's fine. Yeah, and I'll just tell you what I'm. If any of these slides you want to continue, it's gonna go and see it, the slide. Number. It was 4, which is student safety and well-being, initial view of the safety and well-being. Slide number 5, which is student safety and well-being, 7. So it's then, which I'm guessing you wanted that. I was also going to the employee screening background checks, which is slide 14. I don't know. Yeah, it's like right now, and it's just like okay, that's totally fine. And then the rest of standard badge requirements and that whole thing, but
You guys for pulling out like
so that's so I won't know all the things and then just we'll probably pull the things together to make sure. That
Yeah.
for next time. We'll make the first one. So we are now going to move on to the personal governance process monitoring. Feel free to, I will, yes, thank you. You don't need to speak that. You don't need to say, very really should. Just have a few minutes. I'm going to try to be as we can.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah, the first is work on 1807, financial administration resolution number 7. Capital projects to that. And it's something that we have the option to take action if you'd like to today.
Please do. We did it with something different this year. We did a conditional sale for our laptops and our iPads. Instead of spending $2 million at the end of the year, Andres, the great icon, to do payments for 3 years on these devices, which will free up money for him in his cap tech side that he'll be able to do more throughout the year instead of Washington state law requires that you book the expenditure in the year that you sign the contract. Even those expenses aren't going to hit till next year. Okay, we have to book the full expenditure, but then I also have to book an offsetting revenue. So it's basically wash. But we have to increase our budget, so I have capacity to make this accounting entry. And right now, I don't have the capacity, so that's why we're here. It's not what we're spending $2 million additional. It's just an RCW requirement. If you have any questions, I'm happy to go into more detail.
Okay, so the action on this would be to, or are we approving the resolution?
Yes. I need your approval to raise the expenditure side of that budget.
So I would like a motion, someone to make a motion to approve resolution number 759. All in favor? Supporters, so Director Martinez, the motion to check for second, 4-0 in favor.
Thank you.
To Stephen 008 annual agenda planning. That's the calendar for the school year. I see that one for color coded one, like your beautiful advanced calendar for this. Just that the June 24th meeting is color though. Just it's a couple meeting meetings, right? Like I'm like that's right. I should know you. On the 20th. So the problem with some of these is that they
they represent two things. Oh yeah, sure. This one is both a study session and a regular meeting. So I did my best to try to incorporate both colors. Nice. On the Word document, it looks great. On the PDF version, it was supposed to look like alternating lines, but on the PDF version, it doesn't look quite as good. Well, it's good enough.
That would make sense.
But the information is in there in the big spreadsheet, so what's your, yeah, but I know you miscolored the image too. So I will go back and double check that. Yeah.
So this is.
Yeah. Yeah. The other ones seem to be correct. I'll let you look at February 11th. It's both. And I think we come up with this like, I can provide the word copy.
It doesn't matter because it's the impression stuff.
Why they changed the way I used to be able to do this a little bit easily, and they changed it. Very nice.
I just have to say that, on September 24th, I have the FASA leadership program, so I won't be able to attend that meeting, so, switch to Wednesday, break time of this. September.
I mean, I'm changing it, but I also think we have someone who can.
Say that it's
like 6 months ago, yes.
you're right. I said that I said this. It's something plus the dates for all services.
We have nobody else. So what is the event on October 1st?
I'm just kidding. It is all.
This is board information sessions.
That's the budget.
That's the community board session at 6 p.m.
It's the budget information. So it's the community.
No, it's not. That's
Sorry.
this community information session at 6 p.m.
Yes,
That's what that is. Did we stop that date? How did it stop?
I believe this one is March. This is Fred.
It's been on there for a while.
Sent some emails about making that.
So what I was trying to do when I was talking to me, I was trying to keep session, and I thought that I'd been able to on the every other Thursdays. Thursdays are a tough night for me with my schedule with my kids, and so I had intentionally, tried to join the sessions meetings. Now, so I can't do this with October with every Thursday. What's on the 29th?
Okay, so let's try it today.
Okay. Yeah. So I looked at all the things so we had said before. So it was during the day that wasn't an issue. So the 15th study session is up during the day. Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay, so that we just have 2 days.
Then there's that community information.
That's probably everyone not looking at what I talk. I had checked. I had verified this all before. I just wanted to. But Michelle, you mentioned that these were some new things. You'd add the study session on October 15th. So we'll just take a highlight all the things I changed in the that's listed.
Okay, then October 1st, or should I?
I would appreciate it if we could. That's the honey.
Stop. Just. That's just convenience.
So good to have the time. Otherwise. So we will move on then to C1005, board officer and board member duties, board priorities. You want to wait until that we have today. And it's moving to consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor? And Director Martinez seconded, 4-0 in favor of passing. That we will move on to reports and announcements. You think, do you know that superintendent was?
We've got a couple, like these last 2 weeks have been busy weeks, just in that we've had all of our leadership onboarding for these last couple weeks. So we've been, today was the 4th day of that series. So they, last week we met, one day with all of LT. They did some safety work on that day, and then we did some work with the Human Solidarity Project that afternoon, which is just about the idea that systems aren't broken, people in the systems are broken, and people in the systems. So that was some good work. Thursday we spent the time you saw them make reference today to the case of one. That was a data protocol that they did. They went through and identified a student and then what systems failed with that student so that they can really dig deeply into what was going on with things. And then some additional nuts there. And then yesterday we continued our learning with AWSP sequences. They are doing some PE for our leaders on something called the leadership area, which is just essentially who show up in spaces as leaders. So, and then today there's school improvement plan. So that's kind of the 2 weeks for them. They working to get everything ready for their staff coming back soon.
Yeah, in terms of student, we've obviously had some kids back to just 500 families. So it's really starting. The schools are starting to feel more alive. Just always excellent. We launched on August 4th. The RSVP process, which is a big improvement. There's be remiss if I did building leaders and support staff, including Giovanna, who is our student coordinator. Was that title? Yeah, perfect. I got it right. To get that up and running, our athletics director was there because we basically changes. So you'll see those in the RSVP process. There's also changes as you saw in making sure what this is there's now a standard section. That's all just responsive to the city
people for that and hoping to get feedback. And to how things feel and see.
Should be great. Hey, as far as I know. Yes, yeah, I'll just keep my notes because I just am looking forward to this year. Positive year and all of you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I thought this morning's discussion was so informative, so for people who are, curious to know more about what's happening in their particular child's, like it was done at such a school level. I feel like this, people who really watch meetings, this would be a great. It's really.
And that was our Shmai.
Hold on.
I just had to, just while I mentioned that I'm getting a little bit, so in school board director, it's just to mention that, I got to 3,000 district. Different experience of starting school year, so, knowing that it was, school district, so, it will teach you something that it's important. But I look forward to our school figure and in terms of the electric protection state level, federal level are also great, but there's a few things keep changing depending on how the education is being restructuring some programs and there's a lot of movement related to bills that are related to kids' online safety and AI, so that's going to come a lot of things we need from the federal level that I have a lot of impact on. There's a runner job, and that's all of those. I do like to make a motion to cover this meeting. Second.
No, Martinez made the motion and he seconded it.